This is my final of 4 attempts for submission video. We do already have the second attempt, which is pretty decent, but a little bit light on commentary. So we are going to make an attempt to get an improvement on that. First things first, we need to actually start the game. Now timer starts here. As with all New Game Plus runs, just like Remake, we have to load up a file to start with. And then from there we go. Now the game will be completed from start to finish. We will no longer be loading chapters or any of that nonsense. We have to start off with this fight with Seppi here. This Disc Gorgon is quite the annoying little guy. It's a lot more HP than he probably should have. There are 2 tutorial fights in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. There's one at the very beginning with Zack, and then one with Sephiroth. You may notice that Zack's was missing. When you get to New Game Plus mode, or once you finish New Game, rather, there's several quality of life features you can choose to activate. And one of them turns off Zack's cutscenes. There are a couple of cutscenes with Aerith that get removed as well. So we get to skip that immediate tutorial with Zack, as well as skip all the little story segments he has, which do go a small distance to saving quite a bit of time. Over the course of the run, a very good run will be around 4.5 hours. Right now, I'm still in the process of learning, so we're looking at about a 5:10 max. At least for this run. I do feel like I will be getting sub 5 consistently once I get a couple of more months under my belt with this. We're doing a little bit of rolling here and trolling. Normally the game wants us to go down the winding path there and follow Tifa, but if we're headstrong enough about it, we can just force her over behind us here. Normally there's title credits here during this segment. It's a really interesting way to implement the title segment, but because of that we can't skip this. You can, however, skip this segment if you have a demo save file. I don't believe it works on New Game Plus. You have to clear this normally, especially on hard mode. Even if we were playing a standard category, we don't use the demo skip because it skips all of the interesting parts of the game. So I look at the ground there to get Tifa to warp in front of me here, because she's going to be basically what keeps us, what limits our amount of time save here, because we want to keep her running, so that's kind of why I'm, dagnabbit, zipping and zacking back and forth. You kind of see where she stopped there, that means we lost a little bit of time. Ideally, we want her jogging the whole way, but nobody really has a kind of a route that guarantees that, so we all just kind of do it by feel. Luckily, we're almost to the checkpoint here, and then we don't have to worry about Tifa's movement anymore. We are in New Game Plus, so we were able to preset all of our stuff, not just our shortcuts, but our materia. And luckily, for the most part, we don't have to pull anything out of our box. We just need to swap some elements out. We're going to Thundera here. Normally, Thundera is kind of a risky play, but I'll probably keep doing it. These first couple of enemies aren't particularly weak to Thunder, but they aren't particularly strong either. So Thunder is the fastest way to clean up the enemies. A few of them are a little bit stronger.
Is that Mako?
So Thundera magnifying those first enemies can result in a very low damage roll. Luckily, though, a lot of these just don't have enough HP to be anything more than a pain in the butt. So we can just Thundera through most of these fights. So I do have to be careful here. Unlike Remake, the shortcut menu takes a while to load in between cutscenes and stuff. So I can't mash and buffer the commands as hard as I could in Remake. For better or worse, that's just the way that it is. We don't need to deal with these enemies, so we'll just take advantage of them for good combat movement. There's a couple... That's not... I don't know why I... Alright, that's neat. If you dodge their charge move, they get pressured. Normally what you do if you see charge is you punish or counter, but since I have no interest in fighting them, I just kind of dip out. But yeah, it's not rare. It's pretty rare that they both charge like that. If you do the movement right, you'll normally get out of the fight before they even get to the pressure point of charge. But I did some goofy movement in the middle there where I was, okay. So the reason we're coming up here instead of just walking around the edge of the side we just went through is Tifa's dialogue forces us to slow walk at the start there. And if we do environmental actions, like jumping off a cliff or climbing up something, those animations are at a set speed. So we save a little bit of time by jumping off the edges of that cliff face while she's talking, because the animations are much faster than our slow walk like this right here. Like, theoretically here, if I could jump over a bunch of rocks, I would save time. The main thing that we're waiting for is the NPCs to get in position to open the door. But you see right here, like, where I'm kind of hopping. Those animation speeds are faster than the run, the slow walk. Thing is, we gotta wait for these all to get in position anyway, so... If we can, we will be jumping over environmental objects during any opportunity we have to slow walk. Otherwise, we don't want to touch any environmental objects because they're just not worth interacting with. So the early game here, we get to just turbo through with Thunder Magnify. Fortunately, or unfortunately, depending on how you look at it, one of the boons that this game has is combat is far less forced than it was in Remake. Remake was very linear in its design, and enemies blocked you from almost every progression point, whether it be a door, a little passageway you have to sidle through, a switch you have to push, a ladder you have to climb. So, outside of glitched categories, skipping combat in Remake was nigh impossible. So a lot of our MP routing, or combat routing, was trying to figure out the best way... Oh, we're doing that weird release thing, huh? Sometimes the game doesn't let Cloud release the vacuum, even if you've released L2. So that's why I was doing that little weird wiggle there, because I wanted to let go of it, and the game wasn't letting me let go of it. But yeah, a lot of the routing was for intermittent combat and making sure we had enough MP to go into the boss fight. Though the MP absorb route was the way to go, so it was mainly just routing the fights so that we could get through them quickly and efficiently. Rebirth has much less of an issue with that, and I'd say there's probably like maybe 20, 30 fights over the course of the 4.5 hours. Max? There is a very, very minuscule amount of combat that is required in a Rebirth speedrun. You'll see more combat, but you... Actually... No? A lot of these fights we can just run away from. So, even then, like, saying we have, like, 20, 30 fights is a bit, misleading. There's very few enemy fights we actually have to deal with. So, we've opted to go for fast and efficient, versus, consistent. Because a lot of the fights in Remake we routed in such a way so that we would be, looping ATB and other factors like that.
Off you go.
Alright, so this fight's a really weird one. These guys sometimes don't die properly. And I know that sounds weird, but in testing when I was practicing this, sometimes one or more of those mimics just straight up doesn't die. So I take the fight in a really slow way to make sure they have enough time to initialize and die. Because I've had times where, like, during practice, it was just like ATB boost Thundaga, and then you would see the lightning bolt hit one of the mimics, and it just would do 0 damage. You would exit combat and then re-enter combat with the one mimic that was still alive, and you're just like, cool? So there are some places where I'm mindful to kind of slow things down, because the game apparently can't catch up with itself. This fight up here, we'd prefer to avoid, but in the intro segment, it's impossible to slip past this fight. The best we can do is something like this, where we kind of get towards the wall. Ideally, you can climb up this as Tifa's telling you to go up here. But because we want to handle the fight with Cloud, it doesn't work out so good. And you may be asking yourself, why don't you just do it with Sephiroth? He worked fine in New Game. You know, he had all the spells magnified. New Game Plus, or Hard Mode Sephiroth, is different from New Game Sephiroth. He actually loses most of the magnified spells. He has each one of the elements individually, but he no longer has magnified offensive magic. He has some defensive rise, healing magnify specifically, and some defensive spells like barrier. I believe he also has D-Shell, or not D-Shell, D-Protect. I think he has Protect and Shell. I'm not 100% on that one. But yeah, he basically is not good for clearing up random enemies. Cloud is going to always be better. On top of that, Cloud is like tricked out to the nines to make his magic the most efficient.
Bring it.
Okay, that's my fault.
Show him what we can do. Let's finish this. Buzz off.
Okay. So, I did that fight a little bit goofy compared to the way you're supposed to do it. The zoo is always weird. This is the first example of, like, the difference between Rebirth and Remake, actually. In Remake, we would have had to take that fight, and we would have had to kill those grasshoppers. In Rebirth, the combat zones aren't like a hard lock-in unless you get too close to the enemies, or you're too close to the center point of the combat arena. So right there, since we went around the center of the combat arena and kind of jumped down from the rocks, we had enough time to exit before combat fully triggered from being too close to the enemies too long, or the grasshoppers jumping too close. Alternatively, we now have a first strike ability, so if I hit attack while in a combat zone like that, well, that's still up before it fills, I do get a chunk of ATB from it. So there are some times where it would be nice to do that, but more often than not, if we don't have to take a fight, unless we have access to red, we won't. Because our combat movement is still faster than our non-combat movement, just like Remake. The only problem is Tifa isn't available, and I'll kind of talk about that a little bit more later. But Cloud's movement is still kind of quick, but Red's is the fastest, so unless we have access to Red, we really don't want to do that too much, because getting in and out of combat's slow. I'm going to explain Materia Keeper once we get done with this guy. It's a pretty straightforward fight, but hard to explain while you're doing anything in this game.
Someone should tell her not.
Be my guest.
We want to build a little bit of ATB here with Sephiroth, so while I'm waiting for Fire to go off, I do as such. Also, we get to fast forward the cutscenes now in both Remake and Rebirth, so this saves a ton of time.
Pretty mobile. Good thing I don't just fight with a sword. Burn. Stand down.
Defense, Cloud. Try to make me to vary your attacks.
I got this.
Okay, good. So, I wanted that Fire to miss, because what we're trying to do is build up to the double helix here. In new game categories, the game always gives you the pips required for this. The three little bars at the bottom here will determine whether we can do a Synergy ability attack. Double Helix is one of those, so we need to make sure we get at least 3 moves in with both characters. Might get the stagger here, unfortunately. Oh, nice. Good. We don't want the stagger here because this will kill anyway. There we go. Good. Chapter 1. Very good, very good. So, let's kind of describe what happened there. Materia Keeper always opens with a couple of physical attacks. We can't get our spells out quickly enough you probably can, but the easiest way to deal with it is to take a couple of counters on the guaranteed 2 attacks at the start. It also sets us up in a position where we can get Berserk on Cloud as well. Berserk was a cornerstone of Remake. We had access to Fury Rings. The New Game Run would always grab the Fury Ring ASAP, and the New Game Plus category would actually farmed 3 to 4 Fury Rings. 1 Goddardum Ring and 3 Fury Rings was our layout. The reason Fury Ring was so important is it would have Berserk attached to it. Berserk would give us a permanent debuff, and the reason I specify as a debuff is because the game doesn't allow you to cast Berserk on yourself because it's a debuff. I hate it, and I wish it wasn't like that, but that's how it is. So Cloud is the only one that can give himself Berserk. While in Punisher stance, back to the boss fight, If you switch to Punisher and hold square while you're doing it, Cloud will stab the ground. I call that the ground stab. That's the easiest way to differentiate. If you land that hit on an enemy, you will then get a 10-second Berserk debuff. The reason we want Berserk, if you're familiar with Remake, you'll understand a lot of my explanations. Some of them aren't exactly the same, because like A to B is completely different between the two games, but Berserk is the same. So that gives us a 30% damage bonus at the cost of taking 30% more damage. There are some situations where we will inflict that on bosses that are actually weak to it, or are weak to it and have enough HP for us to care. Because there are some spots where we could probably Berserk, but it's just not worth. So we get that Berserk in there. The reason we need to manually Berserk, because you're probably thinking, well, if there's Fury Rings in this game, why don't you just equip them? Well, there's a much better accessory in this game. Genji Gloves. You may have noticed that I was doing more than 9,999 damage on some of the enemies throughout the course of the intro here. The Genji Glove breaks damage cap and adds an additional digit, so now our max damage is 99,999. This is fairly broken, but it does require a lot of setup for it to be super beneficial. And hitting that damage cap isn't the end-all be-all, the 99,000. Mainly, a lot of bosses, it's not extremely easy to immediately hit that 99,000 number. And because a lot of bosses have HP caps for phases, where their HP bar locks once they take a certain amount of damage, we're not too terribly concerned about maxing that number out, because we rarely can't without a specific setup. But there are cases where we can hit anywhere between 30 to 50,000, which is enough to usually push a boss out of a phase. Especially if we use Arcane Ward. In some instances, we hit for like 50, then 30. But anyway, so Cloud has to Berserk himself there at the start, and taking the Punisher counter gets us free ATB. I can't fully remember, but when you're in Punisher, we can actually reinitiate the Punisher counter by using Guard. So we cancel out the first counterattack, but still get the ATB, and then counter again. There's a lot of enemies that hit 2 to 3 times back to back to back. So you can go into Punisher stance and then cancel it over and over again by timing your guard button press to get multiple counters. If you don't want to learn the timing, casually you can just kind of mash it and you usually get away with it. That's how I initially learned how to do it, was just mashing the guard button. The one thing you gotta be wary about is Cloud can turn his Punisher counter into a perfect Punisher counter. And that perfect Punisher counter makes it so you take no damage, but the ATB building and offense from it is very bad. Also, the animation's really long, too, so if you let that play out, those kind of stink.
Hold on,
We really only want, like, perfect Punisher counters for people that attack several times back-to-back with, like, very little breathing room in between, like some silver-haired jerk with a giant sword. We'll talk about him a little bit later when that's more relevant in 4 hours or 5 hours, something like that. Yeah. So we punish your counter, get the Berserk off, and then throw out a Fire Gut. The Fire Gut is doing so much damage because we have the 30% from Berserk. We also have a Magic Up materia on Cloud, which buffs our magic by 25%. Rune Sword, much like Mithril Saber, has massive amounts of magic attack. It also has a 10% damage bonus when we're at full MP, which we have MP Absorb, so we've been at cap the whole time. And the devs did realize magic was really busted, so they didn't give us 2 magic ups this time, they only gave us 1. The alternative was they gave us magic focus materia. These are very strong materia that give up to a 25% bonus to the adjoined materia type. So we actually have a magic focus attached to fire and ice, and a magic focus attached to lightning. The reason is because magic focus does not double trigger, and that's one of the more annoying things that this game does, is it does not say that on the materia. If you magic focus fire twice, you still only get 1 single 25% buff, not 2. But basically, this convolutes your magic up bonus so that it takes more materia, and specifically adjoined slots to get the full effectiveness out of it. So magic focus is more or less your magic up materia. It doesn't work quite like that in damage calc, but that's the easiest way to explain it. So we're almost done with this segment. Luckily, there's not much going on, so I have all the time in the world to explain nits, noids, and knots. There's also plenty of time to do other stuff. Most of the stuff is superfluous. The boss fight's over, doesn't matter. Phase 2, we wait for Materia Keeper to come down and hit us. Any other category, we snipe him off the ceiling with a spell. But in hard mode, he comes down too fast to get a spell out without swift cast. So we just let him come down and take the Punisher counter for ATB. We also hit triangle to swap. That'll get us out of Punisher, and then Cloud does this real slick slide-through move. Where when you hit triangle in a Punisher counter, he'll slide through the enemy, depending on what his previous animation was. So you get to side swap out of it, and then we ATB boost. There's actually a skill in the folio that gives us a 5% ATB refund when we do a weapon skill. And what I found is that 5% bonus is not limited specifically to weapon skills like Braver, Blade Burst, Firebolt Blade, that kind of stuff. It also seems to proc on enemy skills and like ATB boost. So any yellow materia also gives you that 5% refund. So even though we're just shy of having a full ATB bar, the ATB boost gets at 5%, and then that pushes us up to 2 full bars instead of just below 1. It's such a weird interaction. And honestly, like, it's cool. I just wish it was written in a more comprehensible manner where, like, it actually told you what it does instead of what the translators think it does. And I guess at some point it's not the translator's fault because I don't know how the game works. I can't blame them. It doesn't matter what the dialogues here are. It is important when setting up a New Game Plus file, if you are interested in doing New Game Plus. Your final boss fight is determined by your affection, which these dialogues will affect your character's affection values. You can either max them all out by doing all of their individual interactions, or you can just make sure, at least for my route, for most people's route, it's 100%, so that way you don't have to worry about making a specific file. I have mine manipulated, though, because I'm too lazy to do some of the side quests, so that it's Barret, Tifa, Red, Yuffie. And they have, like, about a 2% difference between the two of them. So we gotta follow Aerith up the, Belfry here. I'm rolling when she stops, because it does increase it is a little bit faster. But if she doesn't stop, regular walking is faster. Or jogging, rather. Ugh. You gotta get in the right spot there. This is also a really weird one, too. If you're not looking at Midgar, this cutscene will never trigger. And there were a few runs where I thought I soft-locked, and it turns out I'm just being stupid. It's very weird, because this game, at least with Remake, if it wanted you to look at something, it would take the camera out of your hands. Yeah, after slapping your hands, it would take the camera and be like, look at that, stupid. So, it's surprising that there was, like, a spot where a cutscene can't trigger. What am I on? Average is good. Okay. So yeah, and then like the commentary that I gave at the end of the fight, we were just doing some random stuff with Sephiroth to get him the 3 bars that we needed for double helix. The Thunder and Firaga really didn't do much. Thunder was just because it was quick, so we could get it cast fairly fast. And then the Firaga we purposefully cast in such a way that it would get deleted by the cutscene before it hit the boss. Otherwise, we would have staggered there, and then I would have had to sit through the stagger animation. But because my damage is so high, Firaga one-shot the boss. If I was really worried about it, I could also get Berserk going when he hits the wall. And I probably should, because that extra 30% would guarantee Firaga would always kill. But I'm not sure about its impact with Double Helix, because the Double Helix may be longer than 10 seconds, actually. But yeah, a lot of the fight, There are places where we want to use the synergy abilities, which are the ones through the menu. We don't use them very often in hard. Mainly what we do use is synergy skills. I'm gonna change the way that I refer to them as. The synergy abilities I'm gonna call chain abilities. Those are the ones you use through the menu.
They turned up yet?
But I'm just going to start using synergy proper for the synergy skills, which is the guard variety, where you hold guard and then do a team-up attack with one party member, and you have to actively do it during combat. So the synergy abilities like Power Blades, Power Cleave, Spell Blade, Howling Smash, Bullet Bounce, those kind of things is mainly what we're going to be using.
That went well.
A lot of those, they do their damage calculation off the character using them. There's some other factors that do affect their damage, like the abilities that boost the synergy skill team attack damage will be active regardless of which character it's on. So if we say like Tifa, or an example I know for certain, Yuffie has a 5% bonus in her folio. It'll add 5% damage bonus to her team-up attacks or synergy skills. But we will be using synergy skills quite a bit. Honestly, in hard mode, the game is kind of designed around you using synergy skills. And this game becomes immensely, much more difficult if you're not using synergy skills.
Looks like a job for me.
So we are heading in to the Great Plains. Normally this area would be another 5 to 10-ish minutes of walking back and forth. But the Calm Plains is actually incredibly fast in New Game Plus. Normally, a lot of this, we'd have to go walk to the swamp, walk back to the ranch, walk to Pico, walk back to the ranch, walk back to the swamp. Well, actually, we'd walk back to the swamp. But anyway, in New Game Plus, we get to keep our map intel or progression. So basically, once I walk out here, I can just warp to the swamp. And then I can warp to the ranch. And that's how most of this is going to go. I'm going to swap my party out here. Okay. Unfortunately, that they want you to go to the other ranch first before you go to the Chocobo Ranch. So every time I do this, it's going to take me over to that ranch first, but it's fine. So we're going to head into the Chocobo Ranch here and talk to Billy. Okay. Now we got to go talk to his sister. And that will progress us further.
He's just doing.
Keep forgetting about that. So we're going to actually warp to the ranch here. The game's going to tell me I'm able to fast travel, but that's not necessarily true. The only thing that I can fast travel to is that this warp point for the ranch. So it's both true and a big old lie. Come on. Also, you may notice we have the alt outfits on. That's not just for fun. We could make that a dono incentive, but we have to have the swimwear on when we get to the... Okay. When we get to Costa del Sol. Because the swimwear determines whether we can get on the beach or not. So, bare minimum, Cloud, Aerith, and Tifa all have to have their swimwear. We keep it on the whole game because the changing booths are dreadfully slow. Obviously, for a marathon run, we can change those whenever. It's not that big of a deal. But in terms of, like, an actual PB attempt, we definitely would not want to bother with this. So we can warp to the ranch, and that will speed this up a little bit. Then we get set over to the first boss. Mithril Zolom is pretty rough casually and still quite annoying in a hard mode run. He's weak to ice, and in New Game, the problem is you only have access to, like, Blizzard. There's no reasonable way to get Blizzara. And once he coils, his head is the only hitbox you can hurt. So ice spells are really hard to land. The snake is very slippery, so if my inputs are too slow in any of the phases, Mithril Zolom can get under the swamp and ruin my day. So I've got to be very cautious.
Here's where we get our
So I
birds
want to
and
call the
shape
bird
races.
here early, because Pico will try and pick me up in 3, 2, 1. There we go.
Okay.
That way I don't have to call Pico twice. Normally the game tells you you have to do this, but that is not the case. You can just say no. But I have to double check, because each one of the minigames is skippable, but they're all, like, skippable in different ways. Oops. Okay. So, there we go. I did not want to walk, but whatever. Wait for Pico. Yeah, so normally you would warp to the edge of the swamp where I went the first time, but it's actually faster to come in here. There we go. And that'll put us back in the middle of the swamp at a set position, unfortunately, so... But yeah, our ideal goal here is going to be setting up Faith on Cloud and Aerith, and Berserk with Cloud, and just spamming the ever-loving heck out of Blizzagas. So, see you guys on the other side. Oh, that's always funny when that happens. You can actually get a slide off of that route, which saves a little bit of time.
Is that dry land I see?
Fine. Excuse me.
Go on!
Keep it together.
All set!
Call me up.
That's not correct, but whatever. I wanted to use slip and slide to dodge that move, but the game said no, I guess.
Did it just get colder?
Not good.
Everyone, keep your distance.
Don't catch a cold!
Okay, that's... Wait. We're fine. I guess the True Strike hit.
Not
Okay.
good at all!
Then let's end this asshole.
Why don't you lead the
Take the
way?
lead.
I'll show you what I can do. Aim for the head, guys!
Careful.
How you... That'll do! Still here! There! Get him! That's it!
Okay.
Ready for me? Too bright?
That was so weird. So, what happened there is normally with that final phase you Blizzaga, you duplicate it with Arcane Ward and it's over. For some reason, Aerith did not have anywhere near enough ATB to cast Arcane Ward there, so I was just a little bit short. Luckily, I'd already picked up a backup strat that Crystal started using here, where he would switch to Aerith, Spellbound Blast, and then follow up with Thundera. I knew for certain that because I missed that second Blizzaga, the raw Thundera would not work. So I prioritized getting on the Arcane Ward for a second Thundera. And the problem is Spellblade does a lot of damage there. But the issue is those team-up attacks, you can only get away with those at certain times. Because in this game, there's a cut and a keep value. TLDR, in hard mode, there's not a lot of things that have enough cut or keep to survive through the cut of bosses' attacks. Or, in layman's terms, a lot of the attacks can and will be interrupted. It depends on which is interacting with what. But I know for the most part, Spellblade probably doesn't have or Spellbound Blast doesn't have the keep that I wanted. I could have alternatively switched back to Cloud 2 and gone for Spellblades, but I wanted to use Thundera because I had a good feeling it would actually land. Honestly, Mithril Zolom was being very nice there. Normally, Mithril Zolom goes underwater, but I think the Blizzaga actually prevents that and pushes it into the next attack. So I kind of got caught a little bit flat-footed, but I already had an idea what I wanted to do there. Spellblade probably would have killed, though. Honestly. But at the end of the day, ATB equals more damage than team attacks usually, and more consistent as well. One thing I gotta be careful about, though, is Tier 2 and Tier 3 spells have completely different values in terms of both damage and keep/cut. Tier 3 spells, more or less, you can launch those pretty much safely. Even if an enemy is, like, doing a berserk attack a lot of times, tier 3 spells have enough keep to survive through most anything. Tier 2 spells do not in hard mode. You need to launch those at some level of safety or hope that it stuns the boss. Alright, so moving on. Our HP is good. I'm happy with that. The Rude and Elena fight should be a lot easier. Rude is weak to wind, which Aerith has. Please let me up here. Okay, that's normally a really bad pattern, but luckily he was like right next to that cart. So I should have gotten combat normally. This is something I learned from Wody. If you climb up on that cart or any environmental object, the game will delay you getting into combat. So climbing on that cart and then climbing back off delayed combat trigger enough so that I could get past the orcs. It's a really cool strat. There's some places you can use it, but it's not something you aim to use all the time. It's something you have to keep in your toolkit just in case things go poorly. So this fight, like I said, Rude is weak to wind, Elena's weak to lightning. Guess what? We both have magnified.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but that sounds a lot like a nice, long, all-expenses-paid vacation.
Oh, that's super annoying.
Just look back.
Giving it my all!
Now!
I got you. Watch out for my
I played that a little bit safe. I probably should have gone for Magnified Thundiga, but I played that a little bit less aggressive because normally what you want is Thundiga to hit both Rude and Elena if they're right next to each other. Thundiga does have a reasonably large hitbox, probably about the same size of like a Fire spell. The tier 3 spells all have pretty wide hitboxes. Thundiga is, surprisingly, the smallest. Not surprisingly, rather, because it's a lightning spell. Each one of the spells kind of has their own explosion radius. Lightning is very narrow, petite, if you will. And the way that it casts is it draws a ray from above. And the reason I make this distinction is sometimes there are things like above a target that will get hit first. There are like some enemies that have limbs, so instead of hitting the limb, it'll hit the main body first. So lightning can be a bit weird, especially with like machine enemies. Ice Fire will both target the enemy at a distance, fly to, create an effect. Fire explodes immediately, Ice creates an ice effect, and then it delays a second and then explodes. The higher tier spell for Ice, the longer it takes to explode. Arrow will perform a similar thing to Lightning, where it casts on the target, and then it will create a wind effect, and then the wind effect will explode. Wind also has the additional effect of flinging the target at the caster if certain conditions are met. It's just easier to put it that way. We're also going to be changing out our materia here. Barrett is going to get Tifa's first, and then we're going to be first in HP boost. Alright, so Barrett's, Red's HP is going to take a nosedive here. We actually put HP MP swap on Red, and it is top tier for him, actually. For a couple of different reasons. Red has an ability called Reaper's Touch that does damage proportional to his HP lost. There's only a few moves in the game that bottom out your HP. Noble Sacrifice being one from Aerith, but that flat out kills her. Self-Destruct, which does the same. We could theoretically go with the nonsense Self-Destruct that we did in Remake. I believe it still functions in this game. The problem is the sources of both Auto Life or Reprise are very limited. Not a lot of characters have access to the Auto Revive at 1 HP. And using Angel Earrings is just really not good. And we only have the one Fury Ring. And we do have a cheap Fury Ring, a Temu Fury Ring, if you will. Genji Earrings is one of the last endgame accessories that go along with the Genji Glove. We get the Genji Earrings and Genji Ring. The Genji earrings do 15% more damage at the cost of taking 15% more. And the Genji ring will reduce damage by 15% at the cost of losing 15% of your damage. But that was kind of part of why Self-Destruct was so good. The problem is that Reaper's Touch is physical, and Self-Destruct is magical. So, we're in a weird spot where it's not super duper good, and they're kind of counterintuitive to each other. So, one of the ways to work around that is we will use... Okay, I guess you guys are gonna go down. Alright. Die. Normally, we want to kill the snakes after we move the cart, but we can kill them fairly quick anyway with Reaper's Touch, so it's not that big of a deal. Ideally, we do it after the cart during the long cutscene where Aerith goes, "What switch? I don't know what switch we want to hit." Sorry, I'm being toxic. You're gonna break a couple of rocks here. Hello? 2 bullets short. Yep. That's all it took. So, we're heading into Mithril Golem here. Mithril Golem, surprisingly, is weak to lightning? Why? But it is. It's also highly resistant to physical. So Reaper's Touch does hit like a truck. But because of that high physical resistance, Barrett's Thunder is going to be doing most of the damage. We also have Strength to Magic swap on Barrett. And we also have Strength up on him right now. So his magic is relatively high. I'm not sure if the Strength Magic swap just converts it over, or if it's like raw stats or whatever. But if you throw Strength Magic on a character, you'll see their Strength just nosedive and their magic just skyrocket. I don't know exactly about the calculations. More or less, the Strength Magic swap here with Barrett actually makes him a really strong caster. That's basically what I'm getting at. So the Thunderous here are going to do a reasonable amount of damage. Barrett's also reasonably powerful when you add in bonus round. That does magic damage bullets every 4th regular bullet or every other overcharge bullet, so you get 4 bonus round shots in. Bonus round's really good. Also, we have Turbulent Spirit early game now. That massively increases Barrett's ATB building potential for a very short period of time, but because hard mode boss fights are so short, it's a huge buff.
Yep. 2 grand.
Sonic Boom, Turbulent Spirit, and then Thundera.
You gotta stay on forward and on. Now's our chance. Hit it with everything you've got.
Buffer.
That's
Okay, we got lucky there.
damn. This sucker keeps on getting bigger and bigger. But hey,
Touch.
just that. Looks like that hurt you. Hell yeah.
That's so annoying, but whatever.
That's gonna reduce your ass to rubble. Gotta love it. You ain't getting a humming at you hard and fast. More on the pain. Let's kick it up.
Switch to red there to finish building up the Reaper's Touch there. So there's going to be a weird interaction here. Okay, first off, let's give this back to Aerith. Nope. Give that back to Tifa, back to Cloud. And then I need to give Cloud some alternate spells. That is wrong. Unfortunately, magic is just overpowered, so we're not taking it off anytime soon. So the HP MP swap, we toggled it out for Cloud's first strike. So it's going to have a weird interaction here where Cloud's HP is going to be nosedived. Luckily, healing in this game is weird, depending on which category you're in. New game, you heal every time you get to an inn. In hard mode, you get a heal every time you finish a chapter. So even though Cloud has got 91 HP here, because we put HP MP swap on him for just a little bit of time, even though he wasn't currently in the party and didn't do combat, putting on HP MP swap immediately activates, so it will nosedive your HP. And if you don't have HP MP swap on at the beginning of the chapter, you don't get its benefits unless you heal somehow. Of note, oops, that's kind of annoying. Of note, okay, I guess we're doing this with HUD now. Oopsie. I don't think I've ever managed to do that before.
Get ready.
Okay. Of note, for anybody playing hard mode for the first time, the benches in the overworld that take cushions can be activated even in hard mode. And you're probably thinking, why do I care? Those take a cushion, that's annoying. So the thing is those ones that require cushions still recover your MP. So you do have a way to recover MP besides just restarting a chapter over and over again. So if you're trying to play through hard mode, feel free to use magic. Just remember to buy 99 cushions. We don't use it in the run because there's just no time to really have that work. The bench takes a while to activate anyway, and since it's only overworld chests, or overworld benches, we very rarely are in a situation where combat takes place in the overworld. And to top it off, we have such a stout magic build with MP absorb that in most instances we recover our MP for the cast, and in some instances we recover almost our whole MP bar off a single spell. So it's not something that comes up. We're heading into bottom swell here. This should be like 4 actions if the fight goes right. Thundaga is basically going to solo. We're going to use Somersault to force the phase here. The only interesting part is I'm going to use Thundaga Magnify at the very start, even though it's debuffed, specifically so that I can get some extra damage out of it. Let me make sure I have the right party real quick. Yes. Normally I just jump all the way down, but everybody. Okay. Limits. Okay.
Watch the water.
Let's be smart.
Now.
You ready?
Now's our chance.
Easy boss, easy life. Yeah, like I said, the boss is very straightforward. The hard part there is, honestly, just making sure you get the somersault in. So the reason we use Magnify is to pull the power down of the Thundaga just a little bit. If we use a unmagnified Thundaga, it'll hit for about 5,000 to 6,000 more. What happens, though, is depending on how high that damage roll is, the first hit of Somersault could cause the boss to shift to the second phase. And Somersault's 2 hits that are very close to each other, so it's hard to tell. But they both often hit for, like, around 9,000 to 8,000. So we lose out on about 2,000 to 3,000 damage, depending on the rolls. We could get a ton more if the Thundaga low rolls, but there's a chance that it doesn't. There's probably some weird setup where you could go like Faith a bit late on purpose, but using Thundaga Magnify there guarantees things. Hard mode has always kind of had that struggle where damage rolls can be impactful. Luckily, it's not too bad in Remake, and there's only a few places you have to pay attention to it in Hard. Mainly, like, the one thing you want to do with Hard mode is don't consider luck ups. That's the big one. Outside of like Kate Shi and Yuffie's like natural luck ups, don't mess with luck up at all. Increasing the crit rate is not worth it. That 10% can screw you more often than it will help you. Plus, it also removes functional materia that could keep you out of the menu. And the menu in Rebirth is very, very lethargic. It is not as snappy as Remake. Unfortunately, I don't think it's going to get any better. So, the main one we want to do is avoid menuing. If you can, avoiding menuing is what saves the most time. Don't be afraid to menu for things like Skill Master, ATB Assist, First Strike, things like that. Those are absolutely going to make combat quicker. And in some cases, you know, throwing on a Skill Master, if you're routing for it properly, can make fights a lot easier. But, for the most part, don't bother with the rest of the materia.
Wait a minute. Does
That's basically the point I want to get at for that. But I would say it's super cool if people get interested in hard mode. I think it's a really fun run. The only problem with this game is it's a enormous amount of work to set up the save files, unfortunately. But there is a PC version now, so theoretically you don't have any excuses. The only thing is you got to make sure that if you're going to use a save file on the PC, make sure that you're conforming to the restrictions of materia that are naturally in the game. Like, you're not using more than 2 first strike. You're not using more than 1 Choco Cape, things like that. Fury Ring, etc., etc.
Come on, Cloud. You got this.
Oops. So normally you would have to do the dolphin minigame here. Hard mode, however, does us a flavor. Where we can just skip it. The reason that I take my time with these skips, there's a lot of minigames we can skip, but I haven't learned them just yet. I did do a lot of easy mode runs, so this skip, and some of the other ones I'm not familiar with because we can't skip them in normal. Or new game, rather, not normal. I do new game easy because I like my sanity. New game hard, normal is too hard for me. It's an interesting category, but I always have preferred hard because of the ATB manipulation. Figuring out how to loop your skills in such a beneficial way that you're not wasting time doing nothing and still triggering skill master is super cool. Unfortunately, this game has like heavily nerfed some of the really cool skills in certain ways. Like Disorder and Focus Strike used to rebuild ATB on use. Disorder still does, but like it doesn't count for team attacks and it doesn't trigger ATB assist, but it does trigger skill master. It's hard. It's really hard to explain. You know, Focus Strike only refunds ATB if you dodge an attack on an attack that's supposed to build pressure when a boss is holding still for the most part. So there's some weird design choices. One of the ones that I think is the funniest is the Ingenious Saber, which is like the end game physical saber, teaches Blade Burst, which is magic based. The other weird thing is they added an additional animation to Blade Burst, so it's even longer now. And it's not like it has a much higher damage or anything. It's just takes longer to use. There's some design choices where I'm like, that looks cool, but bruh, it's worse now. It's funny because Remake, when they made adjustments, they've straight up buffed things. Like, it used to be that Infinity's End was not so great in Vanilla Remake, if I remember correctly. So they buffed it pretty heavily for the Intergrade re-release. But they also buffed Braver as well. And they unfortunately made it to a point where Braver was still better anyway. So the problem in Remake is that you don't have Genji Glove. So without Damage Break, Infinity End hits its cap real easy. And the animation is so long, usually spamming Braver is just better. Heck, even in some cases, Braver into Triple Slash was better. Still triggers Skill Master, and the damage really isn't that bad. The only problem with Triple Slash is the animation's a bit longer.
What kind of range do you think?
Remake is a great game. I'd say Rebirth is probably the easier one to get into. Because it has a lot of skill ceilings that were implemented for better or worse. So there's only so high you can go with this game versus Remake. Remake is a really high APM. You gotta chain your inputs right, or the fight goes wrong immediately. Hard does have a similar type of issue, I've noticed, but I think there's plenty of recovery options. Because there's not, a lot of these fights aren't so difficult that it's unrecoverable. It's really mainly just the final boss fight because it's all in a chain. So that, like, if you miss killing on, like, the 5th phase of the boss fight, you're set up in a random situation where the devs are just like, okay, you get all these things back, but it removes your buffs and stuff. So, yeah.
Of course I do.
Apparently I was on 1 bar? I thought I was on 2 a minute ago. Hold on, I gotta... Okay. We're gonna charge it anyway, but... So we have, about another... We're almost up to an hour. So we probably got about 4 hours left. The world record is around 4:30 right now. It could probably go to 4:20, 4:25. But it's gonna require a lot of rerouting and actual skill on my part. I think, ideally, what we're looking at is like a 450, 445 PB by marathon time, and I think a 5-hour estimate's pretty good, considering my, you know, I'm almost sub 5 in my first 4 runs, and I pretty much have just had time to learn the bosses, not grind them out, and learn the subtleties of each and every one. We're doing pretty decent. So remember that part where I mentioned walking over stuff? So, see how far behind we are? There you go. Cool, isn't it? The one thing you gotta do is remember to hold back here, since you're facing the girls. If you walk forward, the game will give you a warning and tell you not to go closer. So the next big boss is Genova. Roche can be quite annoying if you don't know how to deal with him. The trick with Roche is he does reflect, which kind of neuters our magic strat. But if we do the fight correctly, we can sneak in some magic before he puts reflect up, and that'll keep him from getting reflect up altogether. If you're really YOLOing it, you can throw a Fire with Swift Cast. But the way that we do it is we actually get a little bit closer and do a Fire instead. You could also do the Fire, because one of the things I haven't been talking about is we have Swift Cast. Swift Cast is super broken materia that will reduce the cast time of the spell joined with it. There's only one of them, and it takes a lot of AP to master. At base level, it halves your cast time, and at top level, it reduces cast time to 0. So any spell tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 with it conjoined will have 0 cast time. I have restarted this more than a few times in runs. I'm not happy about it. Not proud. That's why I took my time there. It did not feel like losing an extra like free 20 seconds today being a goober.
That was lucky.
But yeah, Swift Cast is probably one of the most busted materia in this game. And its ability to reduce cast time to 0 means that there is no functional difference between fire, tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 spells, pretty much.
Yeah, look at the quad.
So if we cast Fire, Firaga, these spells will cast at the same time.
You're ready, sir.
So the only difference is the tier 3 spells do cost 2 ATB, which I have not discussed at all yet. And tier 1 and 2 spells cast 1 ATB. There's also some difference in the damage multipliers, obviously. A good way to put it is the tier 2 spells are pretty powerful, but not super. The stagger values are a bit different between each one, too, but the best way is, like, tier 3 spells used to be pretty bad because of the damage cap. You'd often hit the damage cap, so for a good majority of the game, we wouldn't bother using tier 3 spells. Unless we were hitting something with the wrong element on purpose. Or we were using it to lock our character in place during the cast animation. But tier 3 spells hit for 2.5 times damage, a tier 2 spell. So with Genji Glove, that damage ends up becoming massive. That extra 50% going through all the extra multipliers, it makes it hit real hard.
The parade is...
I'm gonna start the march here. Wait till he turns around and walks. There we go. So we got to do the march here. Takes a little bit of time.
First sequence. Begin.
They did practice, right? Is something wrong? Maybe they're still warming up. I'm not sure they know what they're doing. Do they seem a tad nervous?
Begin.
Never put down anywhere but there.
That's unfortunate. The captain needs to rally his troops. They don't seem very coordinated.
Don't look at me, I didn't touch it.
Oh, that's going to cost them. They're not.
So we can skip the cutscenes in between the marches, but not the marches
First
themselves.
sequence.
I'm being careful because if we try to skip the march, what it actually does is restart it, which is needed for an achievement here where you get top score. You get a commendation. I don't think you get anything useful out of it, but outside of a side quest and extra affection to keep an error.
Formation change.
I'm not sure they know what they're doing.
So if I'm not careful, I will reset the march instead of the cutscene in between the marches.
Begin.
The captain needs to rally his troops. Oh, that's going to cost them.
Little gremlin. What's wrong with gremlin?
They did practice, right?
So I only want to skip the news portion of it, and that Shinra News Network is the indicator.
The captain needs to rally his troops. Oh, that's going to cost them. They're not in step. I'm not sure they know what they're doing.
Final sequence. Begin.
They don't seem very coordinated. Do they seem a tad nervous? Maybe they're still warming up. That's unfortunate.
We've done in like 4 hours.
Is something wrong? They don't seem very coordinated.
Yeah, so what we've been doing with the early segment, normally you're supposed to shortcut it, but I've been casting Faith with Tifa. There's another way to get access to Faith. For the new game run, we would normally pick up enemy skill from Chadley at the Chocobo Ranch in Calm, and we'd be using that the whole game. Enemy skill comes with one of the best abilities on rip I have ever seen, Sonic Boom. Sonic Boom itself is a ranged magic attack that's wind-based, as implied by the name. The boom itself does an okay amount of damage, costs 1 ATB. The reason it's actually good, though, is it gives us a temporary bravery and faith. The reason I say temporary is it's not as short as Berserk, but it's not as long as casting the spell with the Empower Materia. It's about 30 seconds. There's also a weird kind of like lag once it is used. You get bravery first, then faith later. And it takes like, I don't know if this is exact, but we'll say it takes like a second for bravery to activate, then it takes like another second for faith to activate. It's rarely an issue, but there are some places where like they don't get procced properly, or you won't have faith active because it's not showing on your mini display. That's one of the things, is you gotta make sure you see faith on the character for the spell to get boosted by that thing. So if you have Berserk, Faith, or whatever, as long as you start charging or casting the ability while those little icons are still up, the damage bonus applies. If the icon is gone before you start the attack, then there's no damage bonus. This area should be pretty straightforward. Just trying to group these guys close enough that Thunder of Magnify just kills them all. Easy peasy.
Come on. Yes, sir.
Try to keep up. Buzz off. No time to celebrate.
Normally we'd bother trying to group those guys together, but it really doesn't matter. Thunder of Magnify will clean them both up pretty quickly. The only thing I'm worried about here is dealing with these shield troopers ASAP.
Should be easy.
Oh, what the? That's not good.
Just in case. Just like that.
Alright, normally I would have gone with Thundiga there, but that room was so weird I wasn't 100% certain where anything was, so I opted to spam Thundera instead. But as a cost, I've lost 1 MP, so it's going to be a little bit goofy. Okay, this is going to be super weird looking, but I need to do it this way.
Let's try.
Alright, we need this sweeper to back up, so I'm waiting for that.
Going all out.
The reason is, there's another sweeper that spawns in over here. If I don't make that sweeper back up, the Thundaga Magnify will kill that sweeper, and then it'll just miss. But if I back it up like that, it'll be close enough to the other sweeper so that the Thundaga duplicates to that sweeper as it becomes active, so we get a free Thundaga out of it. So it's a cool little interaction of Magnify that normally we don't get to abuse. Fire.
Calling ice. You're done.
Could you just...
Need a light? Not bad.
Alright, I needed to get Berserk there to make sure that Fyra killed. So that's why I did that in a really goofy way. I'll explain this idiot after, too. Good.
Let's get this over with. Get ready.
Excuse me? Fyra, dude! Oh my god, I'm so stupid. I kept trying to cast Thundaga instead of Fyra. I'm such a doofus. Oh, I'm gonna have to get a Berserk here. I need to get Berserk here so this Thundaga kills. So normally if you do the fight correctly, your Berserk doesn't run out. But because I was, like, fumbling with casting Fyra for so long, my Berserk ran out. You use Thundaga there, because it's faster than Fyra. Despite the fact that Roche has more, is weak to fire, Fyra won't kill. And, we do have Swift Cast on Thundaga. So Thundaga, Thundera, and Thunder cast instantly. There's no charge time for the spell. It's just this to start and then to fire it off. And that animation is quicker than sitting there, charging the Fyra, then casting it and having it hit. And then on top of that, it doesn't have any travel time. It just hits near instantly. So doing Thundaga works better there. And not only that, but we have Thundaga on Magic Focus, Magnify, Swift Cast, and MP Absorb. So we've been keeping our MP topped off too. I saw a little funny interaction here the other day when I was watching Vinny stream. I didn't even know you could do that. Normally I run around that little tie down for the boat. So the boat is, for me, where things start getting difficult. This isn't really like a peak difficulty segment, but it is a shift in the dynamic. Up till now, Thundaga Magnify and worst case scenario Fire plus Thundaga Magnify has been able to wipe everything off the board. And the bosses, more or less, haven't been fast enough or strong enough for me to be super concerned about. For the most part, like, they've been pretty straightforward and easy to deal with. Genova, for me, is a dynamic shift. It's not a hard fight.
You're pretty good.
The main thing is setting up Genova properly. Phase 1 is more or less the same setup that we used in New Game, so it's not too difficult for me to pick up. The main thing is I just need to move forward with Tifa to somersault, and there's a few different variables that can make that not work properly. If I do the movement with Tifa incorrectly, she'll either miss with the somersault, because if we just fire it off immediately, she's not close enough. And if I move her too close, her somersault will hit Genova, and then the head will spawn in, and then she'll pop it like a pimple. We need the head to be able to do this fight correctly. So if my movement's wrong, I will need to, like, reset immediately for those factors. Whether I miss or I pop the head with her. Then after that, everything should be fairly straightforward. I just spam attacks on Phase 2, because we'll instantly stagger Phase 2, and just melt Genova's life bar. And as long as that goes correctly, we'll set up for the next phase to have enough gas left in the tank that we can just melt the shoulder after locking HP, and that should one-shot Genova. So Genova should go quickly. The thing is I found that in hard mode, especially when you're learning it, A tool you should use and not be afraid to use is the tactical menu. Sometimes inputs are just too hard to link together right off the bat. And it's better to tactical menu a few things and then slowly but surely get more and more confident about shortcutting. So ideally some of these fights will end up being quicker because I'll be able to weave in the commands better with a bit more practice. Sometimes you have to tactical menu stuff to make it work because you don't have it on the shortcut. Or not. So these eyes here kind of are super annoying. They'll dodge if you're physically attacking them, but the one next to it doesn't realize that. I messed that up. Okay, we're just gonna ATB boost Thundera.
Just in case. With me. Buzz off. That's it.
He'll be blown away.
ATB boost. Era.
Watch out for high winds.
Leave the rest to me.
Oh, really? Yep, that's...
Hang back.
So, unfortunately, I screwed up the eye part of the fight. Normally, I just kill them with normal attacks. But they were getting so annoying with the dodging that I opted to just hit them with Thundera. What I should have done with Aerith, I should have ATB boosted and used Aeroga instead to clean everything up, because it would do more damage. I'm gonna ignore these little guys and just zip-zap. But that's about as bad as this should get, hopefully. The one thing I need to make sure is I need to toggle magic focus down. And then I need to, Faith, everybody. ATB boost, Thundaga. I want to turn the camera around to Tifa here because the game will make me look at her. So I want to get ahead of the game. If you can, and you know there is a certain thing the game is going to make you look at, you should always do your best to center the camera towards that location to reduce the amount of time you have to let the camera do anything, or the game do anything. Okay, this should be good. No, dude, I hate you too.
My turn.
Get out of my face.
No escape. Deal with that.
Whatever, you got in the corner, I don't care. That's very annoying. What you're normally looking for is them to back up together and then Thundaga. And they initially backed up together correct in the way that I needed them to. But one of them stayed back to do Fire Gun, the other one got Substantial Fury off, so I let him get too far. Thundaga. Somersault. What are you... Okay, whatever. That's my fault, but whatever. I'm mad at myself on that one. So, magic in this game can be kind of annoying. It's really bad when you try to, oops. That's not right. Whatever. Her doing Star Shower there is, like, not a problem. Unfortunately, Star Shower got heavily nerfed because of a AI change they made. The AI will roll between every action now, so buffing moves like Art of War and Star Shower, you basically have to fire off manually to get the full effect of them. Okay, ATB boost, Thundaga, Somersault Leftover Idiot. Okay, not too worried about Tifa's HP, but I do need to make some changes here. Fire and Ice to, Lightning. Magic Focus down onto Barret. And then I need to change it up for Healing. Elemental up. Lightning down for Skill Master, I believe. And then Magic Efficiency. Okay, okay. The menus are very particular, and I have been missing certain ones lately, so we're gonna play it a little bit safe. Demag, and then Fyra. We need Fyra for Dyne, so we're gonna throw it on here. It's the earliest and most convenient place to do it. Plus, we'll be wanting to use it a little bit later. What's your... I'll have you heal yourself, because there's no guarantee that... Oh, you know what? I almost made another big boo-boo here. I need to... Combat settings.
Giving it my all.
Taking over. Here I come. You're up.
With ya.
It's on you.
I got it. It's on you.
Hey,
With me.
back.
Hey,
Take the lead.
let me
Okay, we're part of the way there. Let's go. True strike. Oh, fuck. I missed something there. I think I restarted the combo line. Overcharge. Into Thundera. Do it again. Unfortunate. So, I accidentally let go of attack there, which interrupted my Prime Braver combo line. Super annoying. Gonna manually do this Thunderga on the shoulder. This should kill. Okay. Unfortunate. So that's kind of what I was talking about with the tactical menuing. So if I let go of square to try and do True Strike on Tifa, I can drop the Prime combo. So what I did is I threw on Prime mode there. It's something I believe I briefly mentioned earlier. Prime mode is a new thing added to Rebirth. It modifies the Punisher mode and modifies it and changes it into Prime mode. This is a modified version of the Punisher mode, which I just said. What it does, however, is it changes your combo line a little bit, and it also changes your ground stab. That is the main difference, as well as it does change your counters a bit, too, I believe. The Prime mode combo line, when you hold square, is now 4 swings instead of a single ground stab. The main difference is the ground stab can be buffered out of moves. So, like, if I go Thunderga and hold square while I'm in Berserk, he'll just immediately stab. When you're in your standard Punisher and you hold square, he'll do a single side slash and then a stab. This is important because that extra side slash can screw up boss fights, so it's something worth noting. But when we activate Prime mode, all that goes out the window, and we're swapped into Prime now. So if I hold square, he'll do a quick attack that gets right next to the enemy, and then he'll start doing the Prime combo. He'll do a set of 3 overhead swings that are progressively larger, longer, and harder hitting. The first, or the second and third hit will activate Berserk on hit 2, Prime Berserk on hit 3, and then it will reapply Prime Berserk on hit 4. Because that animation is very long. What we're aiming to do is get Prime Berserk on the third hit and immediately stop. Because the third hit takes so long, we don't want to activate it. What I did there is I did the second hit, which would reapply Berserk if you have it. If you have Prime Berserk, it won't do anything. So I accidentally let go of square and it restarted the combo line. So I had to do those first 2 hits an additional time to get back to Prime Berserk, which I hadn't activated at that point. And that really delayed things quite a bit, because normally you can Prime Berserk Thunderga, and then you get a couple of power cleaves, like 4 true strikes total, like, I think it's like 3 true strikes, an Omni Strike, and an extra power cleave after all that nonsense, and you just melt the HP bar. But because I did an extra couple of hits there, I had to do a adjusted strat where I followed up with a power cleave in phase 3 instead of just Thundergaing the shoulder for an insta-kill in phase 3. Luckily, the main router that came up with a lot of stuff, Strife, has helped me out with learning backups or what your secondary reaction should be if you're a little bit low on certain things. Ideally, you never have to apply any of these particular things, but it is what it is. Oops. A lot of these fights do require some of that amount of stuff. Hopefully the next boss here, a giant cutscene, will go pretty well. You have 2 choices here. It really doesn't matter which party you pick. It's just a little bit easier with, actually, I don't think it matters. It's easier with Aerith in this rotation because Spellblade is magic-based. And Barret and Tifa only give you, or Barret and Red only give you access to Howling Smash, which is magic ranged, and Power Cleave, which is physical. So the damage really isn't going to be all that high. Versus Aerith and Barret here, which will make this fight a little bit easier. So I'm going to try and get the camera in a particular position here so that I can... It's got to be right about here. There we go. So that I can manipulate Cloud's speed a bit.
And as luck would have it.
And if you do it right, you can kind of jog all the way up to here. There are certain points where if you start to load the boss, the cutscene will, the load-in to the first fight will be infinite. So what I'm looking here is for the end of this dialogue line.
Greatness. Only by inspiring others does he earn the title.
And I make sure he finishes that dialogue so that I don't soft lock. I think there might be other ways, but it does save a little bit of time, but if you soft lock there, it's infinite. An infinite load, so...
You're going down.
excuse me?
I got you.
It's on you.
Why don't you lead the way?
Okay, just fire up, please.
Here goes.
I don't know why that guy was still alive. He must not have got hit by Thundaga. ATP boost, Thundaga. Thundera. Luckily, it doesn't really matter here. We just get the Spellblade out regardless. Alright, so we Thundaga'd, and then I want to Spellblade. And do Sonic Boom Thundera, I guess? Okay, that's my fault. I gotta be careful here. I'd rather not take too much damage. No, I think I'll pass on that. This Thundera doesn't do any damage, but... Okay, we Prime Mode, so I need to Sonic Boom Thundera again. We want to try and attack this idiot while Hojo is talking. I need to stay away from that, because that would have muted me, and that'd be awful.
Here we go.
And then there was one. Come along quietly now.
Alright, we're good to go. So with this setup, I have full ATB, Prime Mode Berserk for a 50% damage buff, and Faith for a 20% damage buff. And I also set it up so that Skill Master will activate the moment I do anything. In this case, we're going to Thundera. And now you may notice that I almost have a full ATB here. I still have Prime Berserk, and I still have Faith. So what I'm gonna do here is, you could ATB boost, but you don't know how long the fight's gonna be, so it's not reliable that it'll be a full 60 seconds for the refill. So we're just going to attack and Thundaga. And the boss is dead. We call that guy a cutscene boss. So the thing is with that one, you want to trigger Skill Master twice. The first time is to make sure that we have Skill Master done, because it's every 3 actions we get ATB back. And unfortunately, we want to hard open with Thundaga, because the boss, once it takes a certain amount of damage, will start stealing your party members away, and then you're basically on a timer from that point. So we open with Thundaga because we want to start that timer ASAP. But unfortunately, since the boss takes so long, there's plenty of time to get Prime Mode Berserk and Sonic Boom established. So there's really no reason to not go that route. It's my fault. I tried to open up the thing a little bit too fast. But yeah. So we have more than enough time to establish a second Skill Master loop, so that's what we ought to do there. Normally, we'd have to go buy the medal for the Chocobo here and run all the way across. Luckily, however, New Game Plus Hard, we get access to a lot of warp points that I've accumulated throughout the course of my... Hello? Oh, I hit the wrong button. That I've accumulated throughout the gameplay. So what I get to do is warp to that Chocobo sign. That's one of the benches I was talking about. So if we didn't get an HP and MP recover after Gastropod, you could theoretically use that bench to heal up. if you're playing casually and trying to clean up world intel on hard mode, those are a place you can recover. You do have to do some of the fights in hard. A lot of the side quests have to be done in hard to get weapon manuals for each character to max them out. And also the rare hunts have to be done in hard as well to max out your accessories as well, which will get your level high enough on the accessories to craft the Genji stuff. Because all the rare accessories need an upgraded version that require you to beat the hard enemies at least once, or the hard unique enemies at least once. Quetzalcoatl and all that nonsense. Yeah. So we're gonna be heading up the mountain here. We have the party of all time, Red Aerith. Oh, that's super annoying. Actually, I'm just gonna do it this way then. Normally, you would go up these stairs here with Cloud, because there's a very good chance Cloud, the camera will slide back and warp Cloud not all the way up the stairs with Red. But because he kind of, like, slipped past the stairs there, because I did a misinput, I shouldn't have attacked the enemy at that angle. I should have just moved up the stairs. So I just switched to Red to do his movement instead. One thing you want to be careful of is to not mash, roll, or attack too much, because then you'll waste a bunch of time. You can triple slash here as well. Really doesn't matter what you do. Really, all you want to do is make sure Cloud is next to these climbing walls if you can. Yeah, I'm good here. So sometimes these enemies are in variable positions. You want to make sure that you have enough room to snake past that fight without taking it, or else you can't get up these climbing barricades. So we are heading into one of the more difficult bosses here, Custom Belt. We're going to need to hit several Howling Smashes, which is Red's ranged team attack. It's extremely good with Barret. Howling Smash and Bullet Bounce can be canceled into one another to spam them at a super fast pace. They're really good, and it's one of the early abilities you get, so I would suggest you try it. You can either go 1-1, one Bullet Bounce, one Howling Smash, and cancel it that way by mashing square triangle. You can also, Vinny mentioned this in his stream the other day, which I didn't know. You can actually do 2 hits, 2 hits, 2 hits, 2 hits, as well, to cancel them into each other. It may look like I'm taking a bunch of damage, and this could be bad for the boss fight, but it's not that big of a deal, actually. In the boss, I should be countering every single attack, and Valk should not get the opportunity to put fire on the floor, so it shouldn't be an issue. But what we're going to be doing is doing Howling Smashes and counterattacks. Okay, we're going to do this into that. Okay. I'm not super happy about Aerith's HP here, but it is not going to be an issue. It just shouldn't be. I could also take the bench if I wanted to, or put a healing materia on, but nobody has one assigned right now, so we are just going to do the thing. I practice this right before the run, so I shouldn't mess it up, right?
Keep it together.
Aerith, are you gonna drop Arcane Ward? That would be very helpful. Uh-huh. Into Thundera. I need you to cast Aurora. Well, I got very lucky there. That should not have worked.
It's aiming at you.
Not for long, is it? Now, let's finish this.
That should not have worked out. I got very lucky there. I don't know what happened, but I am fairly certain Aerith decided Arcane Ward was a strong suggestion instead of a command. Not sure, but we made it through. So, at the beginning of the fight, we pop off a couple of Howling Smashes, because we do have just a few seconds before the bullets start hitting us. And then we throw up the counter fire, which has a pretty wide window of activation. So as long as we activate it after those first couple of Howling Smashes, we actually have quite a bit of time in between. So we throw out the counterfire, switch over to Aerith and ATB boost, and then we want her to Arcane Ward Cloud. If I give her the command while I'm on her, it's still buffered. So switching to Cloud should have had her activate it. What I was supposed to do was wait for it to come out. But I switched back to Cloud because I wanted to make sure that we got the next set of Howling Smashes into Counterfire off correctly. We're going to switch back to this party so that I can run in the next area with Cloud, or Red instead of Cloud. But yeah, you want a Howling Smash counter, do a little bit of setup, Howling Smash counter. Now you should be set up with enough ATB with the Arcane Ward. Get a couple of Thunderas out with both Aerith and Cloud, and an Era with Barret or Red. We also want to sneak in a Sonic Boom in there too, and get a couple extra Howling Smashes to top off our ATB. We actually want to do 3 that time, so that our ATB is full, so that when we get to the next phase, we can ATB boost immediately and Thundaga while on the ward. And then that way, we are good to go. Normally, the ward will be further back and to the left. It shouldn't have been that far to the left where it was, but that's because the AI jumped before it placed Arcane Ward. Reddit? Yeah, kind of. I kind of did call him Reddit. That's kind of a slur. I should be careful about that. So, we're heading into bigger burb. Gigatrice. Real name, no gimmicks. Wait, what? I'm gonna switch over to Red here. I'm gonna stop rolling when I get close to the door because there's actually a combat force quit there that once you get through the doorway, it'll immediately kick you out of combat. I also have 3 different parties. I have one that is my main boss killer, Cloud, Tifa, Aerith. And the reason that I would like that specific order is there's some places where you have Cloud, Tifa, Aerith as well, and that should stay in line with that. My far left party isn't as useful. It's Cloud, Aerith, Red, and that is just so that it's the same as the previous party from the mountain climb, so that my shortcuts are always the same. Then we do have another party, Barret, Red, Aerith. When you're in New Game Plus, you can actually take Cloud out of the party. So we've set up one of the parties specifically for when we're exiting Cosmo Canyon, so that we can take care of those last couple of fights easier without having to re-equip Cloud to make them consistent. We'll just use Barret and Red since they're already set up for that area. For here, we're going to have to do a pretty major menu, so I need to take a look at what we're doing. Take time off for First Strike. We want to put First Strike on Barret, take it from Tifa. ATB boost onto Barret from Aerith. Change his lightning to fire. Give boost to Yuffie through Red. Give her enemy skill. Give enemy skill to Barret. That was the mistake I made last time. Okay. The reason I'm reading this out loud is I gotta do the menu in a second here. We want to do it once we leave the party with everybody. Go. Go. If you mash here, you get that activation. ATB staggered to Tifa and Swift Cast. Alright. Let me see if I can set this up properly. First. Boost to Barret. First. Barret. First for you. Then I want to put boost back up on Barret. Lightning to fire. Puts us on fire elemental, correct. ATB boost for lightning. Enemy skill to healing on you. ATB stagger for binding on you. And then MP absorb for swift cast. Okay. Alright. Boost. Windstorm into this.
With the power of his providence, can't fault him for trying.
I got to change her shortcuts. Actually gonna change them now. I do not want to use Gravera. I have too much issues with it. So we're gonna shortcut Art of War. I should have done this before the run, but I didn't realize that I still had it set up this way until it was too late. I was thinking about it on the way up. I was like, did I change it? And rather than going into the shortcut menu and wasting time, I took a chance and checked it in combat. Because ideally you don't want to open a menu. So we can use Gravera a few times prior to the boss to get rid of the bomb enemy quickly. Or I can put Arcane War, or Art of War on, which is her buffing move. So normally you would want to use Tifa's movement, uppercut her uppercut, or use her uppercut and then cancel it with the parry slide. It's heavily nerfed because they saw what we were doing in Remake and were like, ah, it's too much fun, you can't do that. Alright, so we're gonna go around the outside here. We shouldn't get into a fight. Thankfully we didn't.
You got this? You even have to ask?
2 Trailer Park Girls go, wait a minute. Do it again! And it's the same artist! Ah! Alright, rolling back, rolling out. So these things can be done in a really awkward way. If you mash forward really quick, you can get these to move quite a bit. To the point where it should only take like 3 swings there. It actually takes like 2.5, but you need to mash it a bit to make sure that you get up here. Luckily, that's like one of those annoying things I have to deal with. There's 3 of those total, and that's the easiest one, unfortunately. The birds here are still chilling in the center, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to exit combat and leave. I want the red icon to... Are you serious? I want the red icon to go away completely so that it gets rid of their aggro. I don't know why the bird just jumped in that spot, but that was awful. You may remember earlier where I said, oh, I climbed over this environmental object to avoid fight. That little spool there on the ground, you can't climb on that, or else I would have. This fight we want to take on purpose, so we're going to do that. So we can get good movement. We're flying, dude! If your fleeing timer is long enough, you can get all the way to the other side here. Just mashing L2 here. Then we have one more of those spinny things that I gotta deal with. This one's way worse. Because not only do I need to hit a switch, but I also need to catch the next lever when it comes over. So I have to get enough swinging back and forth to hit the switch, and then I need to time my swings so that when the other rotating or the dropping hook gets into range, I hit it immediately, and it's super annoying. So the bird here is kind of a pain in the butt. Normally this would be a great spot for getting upgrades, because these boxes have ethers and high potions in them, and mega potions too. So they're very nice for a new game run, and that's what I'm talking about right there. Yeah, this is, What are you... The momentum in this is goofy, by the way. There we go. There we go. There we go. Into Quake. HP boost. Into Gravera. Gravera, rather. Art of War. And it's dead. You can Gravera twice, but I've had an issue where it normally hits me on the second Gravera, so I've just decided to go for Gravega there instead. Gravera is probably more efficient, but it's whatever. Alright, this guy stinks, and we gotta fire him up, so... Into this. That is not correct. That was not the right thing. I wanted to friendly fire, not fire up. Oopsie. It's still wrong. I'm not supposed to fire her there. Oopsie. Let's try that again. Let's try that again. Okay, we got perfect A to B. That's what we were fishing for. Don't worry about it. I need to... Hold on. Bonus round. Turbulent Spirit. Faith. Fire a gun at this point. Overcharge. Fire. I need you to cast Bravery. A to B boost. Fire a gun. Okay. Into ninja. Limit. Oh, did I just... Uh-oh. Into Firaga. This is gonna be rough. Okay, I need to get out of this. Okay. That's unfortunate. Into a fire. Should kill. Unfortunate. What happened is I was supposed to Unbridled Strength, and then Omni, then True Strike again. Yeah, the Tifa face planted because I swapped to her, which put her in Dust Devil, which yeeted her across the room. So she actually, I was the one that caused that, I think. Because I don't believe momentum is preserved. Funny, but that was my fault. So what was supposed to happen, I was supposed to True Strike, Omni, Omni, True Strike. And instead, I True Strike, Omni, True Strike, then immediately canceled it with a limit. Which massively removed my damage buff to the stagger. And at that point, I just had to try my best to recover. I was trying to get enough ATB with Yuffie, but what I should have done was double Fire Rod with Barret. His damage would have been lower, but it would have ATB assisted the rest of the party, and they both would have had at least 2 ATB. And because I went with the spell route that I did, I had enough MP for an extra Firaga with Yuffie. So that fight could have gone a little bit different. But it is what it is. Mainly what I need to make sure is to not cancel the True Strike there. Luckily, I was able to recover it and finish the fight rather than dying. But that late in a fight, you don't want to reset. You just gotta roll with it. If that had been any earlier in the fight, like the first few attempts, that would have been an insta reset. So the problem was, I kept wanting to friendly fire with Yuffie, or not Yuffie, but Tifa. Why is that listed as Aerith? Whatever. I wanted to friendly fire with Tifa, which gets both of them a little bit of ATB, then ATB boost. And then from there, I was to trigger bonus round and Turbulent Spirit to upgrade my, to give everybody an ATB assist, and Turbulent Spirit to dope my ATB building so I could spam spells pretty aggressively. But I kind of messed it up a few times. I should have just rolled with it. Because Tifa's ATB can be built manually by punching the enemy. That's So normally this minecart ride is incredibly important to a new game run. In Cosmo Canyon, the Gi are weak to healing. In new game, it's much easier to just use X potions to one-shot them, especially if you're in normal. If you're in easy, Giga Potions will kill pretty much any of them. The Lancer will have a little bit more than 3,000 HP, so the Giga Potion won't fully kill them, but building ATB on them will simply get you enough damage to kill them anyway. So Giga Potions are functionally a one-shot on the Gi in easy. In normal, I think the Giga Potions only work on the Sorcerers because they have less HP, and maybe the Archers, I'm not sure. But the X Potions that you get out of these big boxes are super helpful for doing that. The drop rate isn't guaranteed, though. It's completely random. Out of these 9 boxes, you can get X Potions, Turbo Ethers, or Elixirs. I'd say it's about 45% chance that you get X potions or turbo ethers pretty much interchangeably. I don't really notice that you get one a lot more than the other. Sometimes you get a lot of turbo, sometimes you get a lot of X potions. Casually playing, you can reset here to farm elixirs. I've gotten as much as 3 elixirs. I think I've seen one time I've gotten 4 here. But usually you see 1 to 2 elixirs while you're doing this segment. They're interchangeable for X potions for the purposes of killing Yi. But if you can find X potions or another way to deal damage, you don't have to use the elixirs. You do get a few guaranteed ones earlier on from Roche and somewhere else. You end up with like 2 elixirs. So those can also be used to kill Yi in the Cosmo Canyon area. The items are locked in hard mode, so they're not super useful for the purposes of making Cosmo Canyon faster. So in hard mode, we need to use Kurigas to kind of chew through Yi's HP. And the reason that that really stinks is we can't use MP Absorb to really get through it any quicker. And Kuriga already casts pretty quick, so I don't even think Swift Cast does anything. So we basically have to use healing and magic efficiency to make it work. But that's not for a while yet, so we'll talk about that when we get there in like an hour or so. Of note, normally I'd say it's like 3 hours to get to the next few bosses. So we've already saved like an hour-ish from just being able to shorten up areas. And this next area is no exception. Some of them are more or less the same speed. We can't really do much to shorten them. Trip 1 to Golden Saucer is incredibly quick. So instead of having to go to all the different attractions, start up the minigame, and then quit out of the minigame, we can just go to Skywheel Square. That will trigger the cutscene, and then we go to Battle Square and leave. We do need to go to the Haunted Mansion to start that segment. And then we also need to do the tutorial boxing match with Dio. Or rather, we have to do the forced one. There's a tutorial that also takes place before it, usually a new game. And you have to do it the way that it says. You have to do like 3 punches. Then you have to do like 2 dodges or something. And then you have to get 2 hits back to back. Which luckily you can block instead of dodging. So that's a little bit quicker. Luckily Dio's punches are so slow that it's very easy to block by accident. If you do the input too late or too early, it's usually a block animation. But with this, we don't have to worry about that. We just want to win or have Dio win. So we're not worried about blocking or dodging any of these hits. We're just going to tank it and then hit whichever side he gives us. Sometimes Dio punches twice, which will lead to Dio winning. And the only downside is we have to wait for extra punches from him. And then his finisher animation's slower than the cross slash. So that's why we don't want that. I'm taking this slow, because sometimes I get dyslexic and flip-flop the side that he gives me. Okay. I thought we were going to get the 2 punches in a row there for a second. There we go. Gotta wait a second. Now it's a cutscene. So some of the other settings that you can set in hard mode that I didn't talk about earlier, you can auto pick up items. So you don't have to drive over them with a buggy or mash triangle or anything, you'll just pick them up. I've turned that off because I don't think there's any benefit to it, and it just makes a bunch of extra noise. I don't need to craft items anymore. I can't use items in hard, so there's no benefit for me. The main thing for crafting is armor, enhancing the armor so it's a little bit better, and getting the materia slots off of it. Items. The main big one that you want is to craft mist potions. Mist potions will have the same effectiveness, but they'll heal the entire party instead. So like Mist Megas and Mist Gigas are very good casually. Even early game Mist potions are pretty good. You can do, what is it? They're called like, they're like fused potions. So it'll do like the healing plus ethers. But honestly, if you've got to use ethers, you might as well just use ethers. There's, like, very Very rarely did I find myself ever even considering to use those unless I needed the ether portion of the potion. But it is an interesting thing. The real thing with items is there's an item economizer that gives you a free item use every combat. And then every... Hey, Emmy, thank you for the good luck. And then every few other, like, actions you perform after using items, you'll get another free item out of it. So the item economizer is really good casually, especially with the, like, item master materia that increases the effectiveness by 50%. So the item economizer is super cool. Unfortunately, it's something you get in Junon, and you usually don't waste a lot of time in Junon doing stuff. But it would have been nice, because item economizer itself would have sped up Cosmo Canyon. But the amount of time you'd have to waste to get it is... you'd have to have a lot of buffing items, like Celerus and such, to make it worth it. But I think Celerus is, like, the only good buffing item that gives you haste. I don't even know if there's one that gives you, like, Berserk or Faith or Brave, like Sonic Boom. Anyway, now that I've completely derailed, some of the other settings you get for New Game Plus allow you to pick up items. Like I said earlier, it turns off these Zac segments, so normally this is a Zac segment. And then there's something here. You also can determine who you have for your dates. So what I have my date set to is Barrett, so nobody shows up here. I think Red is also pretty quick, too, because you see Red walking away and you can skip the cutscene. There's no dialogue. Doesn't really matter, because your date determines who's with you in, like, the combat arena. And if you don't have a date, Red is with you in the combat arena. But I don't plan on doing the combat arena, so it doesn't matter. For the second date, it kind of matters. The optimal party for the second visit with Golden Saucer is Tifa Aerith Cloud. So I have mine set to Tifa, but I feel like it can be a donation incentive. Because the only thing is you lose out on Tifa... The only thing is you lose out on Tifa in the first few fights. And really the only one you super want Tifa for is the Tonberry and the Abzu fight. But I feel like Fire in the Hole is good enough. Or Wrath of the Land. Well, not Wrath of the Land. It would be whatever Red's is. I'm sure you could make do with the other characters, is what I'm trying to get at. I'd have to do some routing, but I'm pretty sure you could set the date. The only thing is we'd have to determine is what the value of that is. I'll talk about it more when we get there, but the second Golden Saucer visit is super fast, too, because you get to skip the play. The only thing that I would say, like, the date would determine is showing off the Skywheel affection portion. Because the entire play is skippable, so showing any portion of the play would lose a ton of time. Unless we were showing the part where Aerith is singing. It's kind of weird. The date itself doesn't majorly affect the play. The only really thing that affects the play visually is Yuffie or Tifa being your date will replace Aerith in the play with either of those two girls. And then the main thing that your date affects is the cutscene after with Aerith when she's singing. It'll determine your interactions with certain characters. That's about it. Because, like, you'll get a little, like, bro moment with Barrett. Or, like, Tifa will, like, you'll hold hands, etc., etc. I can't remember all of the interactions. But yeah, the date would really only affect the Skywheel Square, so I'd probably say we'd show that off. But the only thing is I'd have to reroute the fights after the Skywheel segment, which wouldn't be too difficult, honestly. It's only a few fights. And the majority of the fight is hard carried by Cloud anyway. It's really just, like, setting... I'd have to change my materia setup a little bit for Abzu, and then I'd have to change it after for Reno and Rude. Because Faith Magnify is super important. And that's the reason you go with the same party, because then you have Cloud, Tifa, and Aerith for the whole thing. But once you finish off Abzu, you switch to Cloud, Tifa, Aerith, or Reno and Rude. Or not Reno and Rude, Rude and Elena round 2. And then Rufus is solo Cloud. So I'd have to make a slight adjustment. Or figure out a way to do Rude and Elena without worrying about Tifa being in the party. I'd probably change her out anyway. because you'd want to have it for the boss at the end. You'd want to have them set up for the Temple of the Ancients, rather. So we have Barrett set up for this next area. The reason I talked to that character was to shorten her dialogue, because it's actually 2 parts. So talking to the Chocobo vendor cancels the first one immediately. Normally we'd buy some one of the cosmetics for the Chocobo there to save some time on the Chocobo race itself, but we can fully skip the Chocobo race. So there's no reason to actually talk to her. I do it anyway because I'm pretty sure the dialogue shortens up her dialogue, Esther's dialogue, and lets us get through it a little bit quicker, but I'm not 100% certain. It's only like a second of mashing triangle to talk to her and then circle to cancel out of it ASAP. There's another place where we do that in Cosmo Canyon that shortens Bugenhagen's dialogue too. Unfortunately, Cosmo Canyon is basically full length. Alright, so the other big thing here is Dust Bowl is a lot shorter too. We don't have to do any of the side quests. We just go straight to the Chocobo race, so this saves a lot of time. It very much shortens up these segments. Yep, we do want to race, but we don't. We can skip the race as soon as we get into it. I just gotta check. Yep, proceed to race, doesn't matter. Even if we did have to race, I'd have Pico set up for the race. You only have to race in New Game, though, for better or worse. Did ask my friend Z-Wing to route it, and it seems like some people are using Z-Wing's route to make this a little bit easier. And he was nice enough to do a more newbie-friendly route, because he does a lot of racing games like F-Zero. He really loved the Chocobo racing. I think he even has IL's table of it. I'm not sure if it's a complete table, but he was really gabbing about it when it first came out. I'm glad to know that the racing game is good enough to interest a racing game runner into interacting with it in such a way. That means that some of the side quests, even though people complain about them being too much, are still, most of them are well designed. So right here you get kicked out of combat, so I take it a little bit easier on the movement to make sure that I just run. What you want to do is you want to avoid attacking as you exit combat, because that slash that Cloud does takes a long time. If you can avoid it, you want to avoid rolling an additional time outside of combat too, because that's pretty slow. Actually, I should probably be zoned in on this. But yeah, a lot of our combat movement boils down to just canceling with Punisher over and over again. The main reason is Tifa's uppercut canceling would still be faster than Cloud's Punisher canceling. But in Remake, even if we equip the concentration bonus skill to her weapon, which you could do, though the way that the skills work in the previous game are a lot different, so weapons are a lot more hard required. In this version, they have some more depth to them, so weapons can be specialized a bit better, making them more unique in the long run. In Remake, they were kind of stat sticks. But she can be set up between 2 different skills. She'll have a 100% chance to get Omni Strike, and Omni Strike is super good in this game, so we want to have it equipped all the time, which means her movement's kind of nerfed, basically. So we're going to set up here to Fire, Dying, and Hell. Well, this round, Spirit, Charge, Sonic Boom, combo into Fire Up. Fire Up, Charge. It's great to be here. That's phase 1. Phase 2 will be very similar.
Remember when we had that rat problem? You and me set traps, and you got caught in one of them. I guess old habits die hard.
Charge. Want to make sure to not stagger here, so that's why I kind of staggered my attacks there and did a couple of shots just to build ATB, but not enough to stagger. This last run, the mistake here was staggering. And then staggering will refill my overcharge here, so that'll more or less give me enough ATB to finish this fight up pretty quick. And we're done! Now we switch out here. I need to set up Cloud and my other party members real quick, so give me a second. We want to get First Strike from Yuffie. We want to get ATB boost back from Yuffie as well. Cloud's healing for enemy skill on Barrett. Barrett's Swift Cast for Cloud's MP Absorb. And then stagger for revival on Aerith. Okay. All right, give me a second. And we will be murdering a big yellow pain in my butt. I'm going to take this fight a little bit slower. You can somersault a lot sooner. But doing it this way makes the fight a little bit safer. And I have more leeway. That. Aerith. Arcane Ward Cloud, please. Okay. Thundera. So I'll have plenty of time here because of how I decided to do Sonic Boom. There we go. And now the fight's pretty much over. As long as I don't do anything goofy here, we should be good. ATB boost will double my ATB here, so I can just Thunderga again. Boop. Easy boss, easy life. This cutscene, this minigame was only skippable in New Game Plus up till recently. And recently being like a couple months ago. For some reason, they decided to change it so that it's skippable in New Game as well. The prevailing theory is it looks like crap in the PS Pro, but I wouldn't know what the PS5 Pro looks like because I'm not paying a ransom for hardware. I'll be right back. This is one of the few breaks we get, so I'm going to take advantage of it.
I'm a 9-to-5 nobody at a small Shinra subsidiary. Another paper-shuffling, copy-pasting forwarder of emails.
Another Shinra lapdog.
Lap cat.
My mistake.
But you lot are special. Properly special. Never met a specialer group of people in all my life. How could I not tag along?
How can I not tag along? Bullshit.
Come now, this is a road trip. We should be bonding, not fighting.
Barrett,
Write down change.
you won't take down Scarlet unless I'm there with you.
Alright, I promise. If you don't give up the ghost right here and now, that is.
Why you
I
FF5?
won't let some stupid...
Actually, you can eyeball it. I'll probably figure it out because you're spelling... Watching you spell it randomly will be funnier.
Right in the mouth.
So we do need to make some changes here
Wait, just
before we get into the next area. So I'll be doing the menu once we switch out to the boys only party.
pull over.
We can kind of do it wherever we want in Gungaga, but...
The buggy! Not the buggy!
So the fast forwarding was also added around the same time that skip feature was added. The cool thing about it is the fast forward feature, I've been showing it off in all of the boss fights, will actually allow us to fast forward cutscenes. It's not useful for the most part because a lot of the cutscenes are already skippable. But the fast forward feature applies to boss cutscenes. So that has saved a major amount of time in Rebirth, especially in the final boss. It saves a lot of time there. But it saves a lot of time in Remake as well. All of the cutscenes in between boss phases are now skippable. So that's nice. Gotta be careful with these fast travels. If I do them too quickly, or if I open up the map too quickly, the game won't allow me to fast travel, which is super annoying, but it is what it is. Gungaga. I'm gonna come up the side here so I don't jump over a bunch of environmental objects. Alright. So we're into Gungaga. Gungaga can be a very frustrating area. A lot of the enemies in here
Let's keep it that way.
are not too dangerous, they're just annoying. And this is where the bosses start to get really, really rough. Specimen can be very easy, or Specimen can make your life really annoying. Okay, good, I did the movement right. No! I'm so mad. I did the movement right and then threw it all away. If you do the movement right there, you can beat Cisne up to the top of the mountain. And it saves a little bit of time.
These shrooms?
And by a little bit, quite a bit. You have to do the movement fairly particularly there, though, because you may have noticed that there was a thing where it said warning. That right there will force your character to turn around and very slowly walk back to where the game wants you to be, and a lot of circumstances walking into that will lose you more time than just kind of chilling and not activating it. In that case, I kind of buffer walking into things in a certain way that I don't ever trigger it. We did it on the way up the mountain, too, in not Golden, but Costa del Sol. You want to make sure you walk up the side of the mountain and trigger that next area after Yuffie, Tifa, and Barrett finish their conversation. So if you do it too soon, you'll get a very slow turnaround and walk down the mountain. I usually call them walks of shame, because they're very easy to avoid, and all you have to do is just kind of hold on and wait a little bit. Okay. So now we actually have some dangerous stuff going on here. Unfortunately, Gongaga is not much shorter. The time we save in Gongaga is at the very beginning, where we warp to town, more or less, and at the very end, where we warp to the airstrip. Everything else has to be done more or less as intended. The whole run to the reactor, for both the boys and the girls, is pretty much hard set. We can't change it at all. Cloud, we want to go to ice. Ice. That needs to be fire and ice, and then this needs to be fire, which is this. Okay, wrong. I need to swap this out for Aerith's element. Wait, Barrett's elemental for Aerith's magnify. Excuse me. That would have been a big issue. Kiriga on Barrett, which is this, and then magnify. There we go. All right, now we're good to go.
What in the world is that?
I should have jumped off the side of this hill. Oops. But yeah, the walk to the reactor with the boys, you can't skip it. There's really no way to speed it up. The Chocobo ride with the girls, same thing. There's really no way to speed it up or skip it. There is a way to soft lock yourself with the girls, though. If you skip the cutscene too quickly where Cisne is giving you the birds, you can soft lock yourself. What happens is the game will spawn you in on the birds, but if you skip the cutscene too early, the birds will spawn out of bounds, and the game will still think you are on the birds.
Come again?
So what happens is, if you don't enter combat and then restart the combat, the game won't ever, like, kind of try to fix that. And if you try to load the area at the end, the game will think you're still on the birds because you never dismounted when you start combat at the reactor. So you won't be able to actually fight. You'll be able to get into combat, but you won't be able to fight. And if you load the autosave, it'll put you in an infinite load that won't allow you to progress. So you have to go out of your way to trigger a combat scenario. Okay, that is not what I thought was over there. I thought there was a pathway, but apparently I don't know if there is one. But yeah, basically I gotta wait to skip the cutscene where Cisne gives us the green bird. And because that's part of the story, we also don't have access to the birds, so the boys couldn't use it, even though we've already cleared the game. There's a few places where things are a little bit obnoxious. Oh, that was a silly way to lose some time. Where the game is a little bit obnoxious in being very rigid with the story, and we can't gain anything. So you could put Red in your party. The reason we want to keep Kate Shi is because we have access to Power Cleave. Which Power Cleave may be power-based, but it's way more damage than Howling Moon and Bullet Bounce here. Cloud's still going to do the majority of the damage. And Power Cleave builds ATB faster and more efficiently, so we stick with that. I could probably get Gaslit into using the Howling Moon Bullet Bounce cancels here. Problem is you got to set up Prime Berserk. But the reason I could see those being a little bit better in consistency-wise is because you don't have to be right next to Specimen to do it. But unfortunately, ATB building on, like, Howling, Smash, and Bullet Bounce is not super good for anybody but Cloud, since you're canceling them over and over again. So Cloud gets a lot of ATB, but the other two characters really don't get a ton. It's kind of a weird thing. Either way, the big issue is Specimen's a hoppy boy. And in hard mode, his attacks cancel a lot of what you do. So if you don't use something that has a high keep value, you end up getting knocked around like a billiards ball on a pool table. So Specimen can either go really smooth and just like that, or Specimen can be a disaster that makes you regret existing. I've already had a couple of disaster fights with this guy, so hopefully we get kind of break. You can skip this fight. In new game, you'll usually take it because you want the crystal sword on the other side of that room, and then you want to leave because the crystal sword's a massive stat bonus at this point. The only downside is it has like no materia slots, but we fixed that by just buying armor. Gonna pull the enemies in here. Sonic Boom is done. Okay. Good. So one of the things we want to do here is grab these outlets, plugs, whatever. We hit triangle to plug them in and then roll, and that'll cancel the animation of plugging them in, causing them to get plugged immediately, so the game will start progressing. This next fight here we can skip. It depends on whether the game's being annoying or not. Looks like we're good to go, so we're going to be skipping it. That fight I'd probably try to skip twice, because I don't have a super good option to clean that room up. Normally, if I get caught in a fight that I can skip, and I have magnified spells, I'll clean it up real quick with a magnified spell. But at this point, we need Elemental on Cloud quite a bit, so Magnify kind of goes by the wayside unless we need to clean up mobs. And a lot of these areas, there's like one, maybe two mob fights that might be in the way, and for the most part, we can usually skip them. It's not till next area that we get hard locked into a lot of combat, because there are quite a few things that we have to deal with for progression purposes. Cosmo Canyon yesterday was real rude, so we have a lot of time to save there. Luckily, that wasn't a PB, so... Actually, I don't know if it was a PB or not. I don't really care. My frickin' local recording deleted itself halfway through because I ran out of space. Because the devs decided to give a 150 gig update to, like, friggin' Rebirth, and I hadn't downloaded it. And didn't realize that it ate all my storage. So I sent my videos to the gulag. I deleted some of them, and then I put the rest of them on my actual storage drive where they should have been in the first place. Alright, so we're almost up to Specimen. Specimen's weak to ice, but we're not going out of our way to put ice on... Actually, no, that's wrong. We have fire and ice on Swiftcast, and everything else is ice right now. So we have Ice Elemental, we have Magic Focus Ice. I believe we may even have Ice MP Absorb. I'm not 100% on that last one, though. No, I think we have Fire MP Absorb, so I gotta be careful with this fight. If I have to cast Ice too many times, it's over. Though, since Blizziga takes 2 ATB, it's not exactly easy to spam it. These first couple of enemies we need to kill with fire, though. Or stagger them before we kill them to prevent them from reviving. They can revive up to 2 times. So the role here is just to get ATB boost, and then I need to make sure that my ATB is maxed out before I menu. Kate Sith has Synergy Thunder to apply some extra pressure here, so we can get some extra use out of him. This next fight, we want to Fire Gun the middle one, but that's not going to be enough to kill all of them. So I'm actually going to use Bullet Bounce. Oopsie. Dagnabbit, I'm playing really bad right now. Bullet. There we go. ATB boost. Sonic Boom into Prime mode. Okay. Cleave, hold still. Barret is supposed to Zerk here. I'm gonna lose out on a little bit of damage. Again. That's not correct, but whatever. Alright, whatever. Into Breach. This guy. Alright. Nice. So, I did not berserk quickly enough, so that first power cleave had a pretty bad damage cut because of the lack of the 30% damage bonus.
Take the chocobo.
Okay, we're gonna wait here. Then I want to do the menus. I want to grab First Strike on Aerith from Cloud. I want ATB boost onto Aerith. I want Ice on her for assist, which is on Barret. And then I want Swift Cast over Re-Raise, which is here. Okay. I needed to get that done correctly because I've screwed up quite a few fights in previous practice runs / attempts. Oops. I want to be on the friggin' right. Give it up. Dude, game is being very annoying right now. Okay. So I needed to be very careful there because I've messed up the last few runs because I've misequipped assist, or rather not equipped it at all. I've also misequipped a few skill masters, which have led to fights being completed on a very tight shoestring. So I am trying to avoid that chaos. Scarlet is not a fight you want to be short on ATB on. The first phase is weak to magic, but from there you have to burst through the final phase with physical. And if you don't have enough ATB to set up properly, it's really hard to kill the final phase. So that's what we're aiming for right now. Fine. Oh my god, start the fight. Aerith. Nope.
Can you take
Aerith. Sure. We're gonna have to arrow. I did this wrong, so we're gonna have to arrow several times. Okay. Normally, I go to the right side and arrow Ra, and then Aeroga, but I kind of boned it up because I spawned in such a weird position because my bird movement was bad. So luckily we made it work. We do have a couple of fights we have to clear up with these two, or these three, so it's going to be a little bit more annoying. The main thing is making sure I have enough MP to get to the boss. But once I get there, Thundera has MP absorb, so I'm good to go. The problem is that, like, the routing is fine, so I have more than enough wind spells. And Spellbound Blast will siphon MP off of my other party members, so it's not that big of a deal to have her go in. She just needs enough to cast the first couple of Thunderas, and then we're good to go. So even if things go poorly, I can Spellbound Blast with one of the other characters and steal their MP. Or use Soul Drain to steal some MP as well. Though Soul Drain is not very good unless the enemy's staggered, so it's kind of like, eh. You gotta be really down bad to throw out Soul Drains. Or me. I really like Soul Drain. It's not super good unless an enemy's staggered, and when an enemy's staggered, you have more optimal damage avenues. But I am a MP fiend. You would think MP, like, was my first love, the way that I cherish it and hold on to it to the point where I don't use it all. So this next fight is going to be pretty rough. We're going to want to set up with Aerith immediately. We want to drop an Arcane Ward as soon as we switch to her. Boost, and then our first priority is getting rid of the arms that Scarlet has so that we can put her in pressure, and then from there we want to stagger ASAP. Luckily, all that nonsense with the Thunderas will activate a ATB assist, which is going to give everybody the ATB that we need to finish up the fight. And then a lot of it's going to be setting up Bravery and Darkness with Tifa. That is, whatever. ATB boost, Era. Okay, actually, we're gonna work Tifa, Somersault. Oh, that's the wrong direction. Oops, I got twisted up. Whatever. I didn't want to use Arcane Ward there, but I guess I used it anyway. Bad movement. The Somersault on that guy was probably overkill. I probably should just ATB, or Art of Ward with Yuffie, but whatever. I'd prefer not to fight these guys. I prefer a lot of things in life, apparently.
You can do it. Oh, not bad. But not my best.
Tifa's in it to win it. We're fine. I don't need it. I shouldn't be overthinking this. You have enough arrow to get through pretty much everything. Once you get the first one down, you'll break both arms, and then your ATB shoots back up, or your MP shoots back up. It's kind of wild, because like with Genji Glove, you cast a spell. Let me see, what's everybody's HP? Get rid of. I don't normally want to heal on the way here, because Tifa's the one has healing, so it'll heavily impact my movement if I have to do it that way. It's on R2. Okay. Inward myself. Thundera left. Thundera right. Ah, super annoying. Into... Actually, just Quakera. Spellbound Blast. Into... I want you to Dark Side. And then I want you to... Where are you? Okay, Tifa, I want you to... Bravery. Thundera. Yeah, True Strike. Omni. Oh, this is bad. Ooh, that is not what I wanted to see. She got off the ward there, so it screwed up a lot of things. We're gonna have to actually force this out.
Seriously?
Need the main body here. Star Shower. Art of War. Star Shower. Somersault. Excuse me. Art of War, please. Alright, good enough. Last run had to reset there, so that's already faster. Unfortunate. Yeah, Scarlet moving off away from the ward like that was unfortunate. I probably should warp all the characters in. Problem is I don't want to get double Quakera. Okay, cool. That's physics, buddy. That's how that works. Doop, doop, doop. It's like when you first throw a straw into a drink or something.
Pumpkin.
Alright, so we made it through Hell. And by Hell, I mean the appetizer. Hell doesn't start until Cosmo Canyon. These two fights are rough, but Cosmo Canyon is by far worse. Gina Talk is a very hard boss. No matter what mode, I think Gina Talk is a very difficult fight. Casual, speedrun-wise. Hard mode, it kind of gets pushed to 11, because you don't have any good ways to kill G. And in normal, I mentioned earlier how the potions are used to kill the Gs, the actual other the Gs that are non-Gitatalk. However, Gitatalk is resistant to proportional damage, i.e., things like potion, or fixed damage, excuse me, not proportional damage. Proportional would be gravity. The potions are cut massively. Fire does nothing to G, and healing is pretty much our only option. So even in the boss fight, we don't use potions on Gitatalk. We burst through with physical attacks. In easy, Gi is kind of fun. In hard mode, we need to take advantage of a few different things. I'll probably discuss it a little bit closer, but we need to get some perfect guards off rip with Gi. And the reason is because HP MP swap has another gimmick that doesn't really get showed off too often, at least in terms of a speedrun. But it is a very powerful part of hard mode. Not only can we take that on and off with Red to put him in critical, so Reaper's Touch is pretty much maxed out on its damage immediately in any situation. But if we have HP MP swap, it pushes our HP to such a low amount that if we perfect guard like any attack, we get a third of a limit. the reason is when you take damage, you gain limit in proportion to how much damage you took. So it's like percentage of HP loss determines how much you get. I think there's a cap in the back end, which is why we only get a third. But with HP MP swap, our HP's in the hundreds instead of thousands. So when we perfect guard, we've taken several 100% over our full HP bar. And the game doesn't differentiate between not taking damage and taking damage. If you perfect guard, use some move that makes you invincible, or a limit that makes you fully invincible, because Reaper's Touch makes you invincible. You don't actually take damage. It will show the damage numbers, but you don't take it. Vengeance Swap is also the same. You don't take damage during that animation, and both of those have... The Vengeance Swap has very high keep, Reaper's Touch not so much. But both of those give you invincibility, even though those show you taking damage. So those are also places where you can activate the HP MP swap. Ideally, I'll get a minimum of a 3-hit combo from Guy at the start. Perfect guard 2 of them, Vengeance swap, or I'll perfect guard 3 of them, then Vengeance swap. You really only... You can get out of the way to Vengeance swap, but we mainly just do it because we need Vengeance up anyway, because Vengeance will add an additional hit to Reaper's Touch. And massively increase our damage. But Barrett's gonna mainly be spamming Curaga in that boss fight and pray. The main thing is, like, we need to set up phase 1 so that we end it with Wrath of the Land, which is Red's level 3 limit. The reason we use that specifically is his level 2 limit just increases his Vengeance. And his level 1 limit actually gets HP back. So that would actively turn off Reaper's Touch, which we don't want to happen. So we have to give him the Expeditionary Medal to give him Wrath of the Land instead. We can use Howling Moon for the Vengeance, but it's really not important. After doing 2 perfect guards, you should have enough Vengeance for the rest of the fight. And if you run out of Vengeance, something bad has happened. So yeah. The main thing is that the whatever his first limit is, siphons back HP. Wrath of the Land siphons back MP. Unfortunately, we won't be able to use the MP for anything, because we basically want to just spam Reaper's Touch, because his magic is not high enough for Curaga to be of any value. So, yeah. So we're a little over halfway there. A little under halfway there at this point. The whole Gi Cave in and of itself is very complex, though. A lot of it is keeping Red at 1 HP. We're going to be spamming Self-Destruct a ton in there, because that'll put Red down to 1 HP, so we don't have to worry about the HP MP swap take on and off nonsense. So we can't fast travel till we leave here, so I'm just going to do this, and I love that this is the thing, because trying to Chocobo through Gungaga was awful. And instead, now we have to Chocobo through Lower Junon, which is equally as bad. Luckily, the road is much shorter.
Are you kidding me? So we came here for nothing? Maybe
so,
see that?
can do this. That'll allow me to do the menu real quick. I always miss this dang thing. I'm so bad. We're going to do Red's menu here real quick once we enter Cosmo Canyon instead of waiting. And then I need to switch back because this party has Barrett set as leader. So it will change the Red Barrett party to Barrett as leader when I get kicked out. Or I get the force change.
Uh-oh.
What?
Thought maybe planes would be okay, but no.
Not in here. Open a window. Hey, Sid. Yeah? You not worried about flying around in the open like this? What if Shinra sees us? Shinra don't own the skies.
So I'll probably be done if you get done.
I think you and me
get along just sure, I'll take the piece of pizza that's there. That'll be fine. Just don't load it up, because I actually need to eat it. Alright, so here's one of the funny things with the planes. It's actually faster to fast forward the first 2 plane rides and then skip like this. We used to just use the triangle button to skip. Oops. be down. We want first strike off Aerith. ATB boost for empowerment. Autocast for enemy skill on Cloud. Cloud skill master. Lightning to wind on Aerith, so it should be this one. Then it would be this direction. Wind, and then ATB assist for Barrett's ice. Okay. Switch back to this party, and then not that way. Chocobo. Yeah, I have screwed up ATB assist ads and menus quite a bit in the last few days, so I'm being very cautious about it. Ooh, look, it's a cushion. So that's the item I was talking about that will allow you to use an overworld bench. They're very cheap, but like I said, if you use a bench that requires a cushion, you will get full HP MP recovery. So it basically makes it so that world traversal is a lot easier. However, the benches in the dungeons do not recover MP. So it is worth noting that all the MP talk I'm talking about, we do only have the 1 bar per chapter, functionally, because there's no place where we would do combat where we have access to the overworld, or we would have access to the overworld before we do like a boss so that we would fully recover. Even if we did, it's like 15 seconds to use a bench, so it's really like, you gotta be in a bad way to even think about using it. There were some instances in Remake, in the drum particularly. The drum segment, if you use the bench, it would recover both characters' parties. And at the very end, there was a part where your party would split up after the fight in the president's office. And Aerith would be taken out of your party, but you really couldn't afford to have her with low HP. So you would take the bench there, too, because you can cast healing on her while she's out of the party. Luckily, they fixed that in this game, where you can heal anybody at any time, as long as they're technically in your party. So, for the most part, you're fine with that. Unfortunately, though, when your party is split up, which we're going to be running into in the next few areas, you don't have healing on everybody, and even then, you don't want to be wasting that MP, usually. So there are some segments where your healing is limited. But a lot of those places, it doesn't matter, because you have, 2 party members, 3 party members. And one of them always has, bad magic, so you don't really use any spells with them. So you could theoretically put healing on. The main issue is, I don't have healing on everybody. I have a couple of cure materias passed throughout. There is some places where I could probably be convinced to put healing on. But one of the things is, we have to min-max a lot of the materia. So, Re-Raise and Rise aren't really as good. Because usually if you have to rise a character, you lose out on all their buffs and ATB. So it is probably a better recovery if you're in, the 3rd or 4th phase of something. Maybe even the 2nd. Because of the cutscenes, but it's usually better to just discretion, better part of valor, run away, blah, 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 nonsense. Alright. So we're headed into Cosmo Canyon. This is round 2 with Red and Barrett, except this time we're going to control Red. So we're really just, there's not too many optimizations. We're going to be putting enemy skill on Red, which we already did. And we're going to be abusing 2 of the skills in particular. Sonic Boom is a very good one, but it's not necessary in every circumstance. So what we're actually going to do is we're going to ignore Sonic Boom in this instance, and actually we're going to be using Self-Destruct. Because it will kill Red instantly and put him down to 1 HP. So we don't have to take the HP MP swap off to get his HP back down. Because the thing is, you can't take HP MP swap off and then put it back on, because you'll still be at 110 HP. And like I said, we want HP and MP swap on, so that when we perfect guard the first few of Guy's attacks, not only do we get a bunch of Vengeance so that the Reaper's touch hits harder, but also we get a bunch of limit out of it too, so we can end phase 1 with a limit and put Guy in a phase where he's pretty much instantly going to get staggered in phase 2, so that we can just mill through it. Because letting Guy do any amount of attacks puts you in a very risky position where he can very easily knock you out of your attack. And if he hits Red, red's dead if you're not actively controlling red. And that's part of the thing we're trying to route around. Barrett's Curigas are doing most of the heavy lifting, and he does have A to B assist, so I need to make sure the Curigas are back to back to back to back, so that I can keep spamming Reaper's Touch with red. But it also puts you in an issue where, like, you can't control red, so guarding or evading isn't something you can actively do. So the trick with the fight is block a couple of attacks with red, and then just solo the rest of it with Barret. The most dangerous phase, outside of phase 1, because phase 1's big gimmick is, like, you need 3 hits. There are other ways to get 3 hits, but you want to get 3 hits there. The big one is the skull phase, actually. The skulls are very, very dangerous, and can kill red because he's at 1 HP, so if any of them cast, like, Fire, red's gonna die. So we need Barret to clean that phase up as quickly as possible. Luckily, Fire Magnify or Fire Magnify will clean the skulls up really quick, and you'll get a decent amount of MP back, too, so you might get an extra Curiga, depending on how your thing goes. The problem is the last set of Geese, we kill them in such a way where, like, red gets 3 MP back out of, like, the 8, so he usually leaves with, like, he usually goes into the boss fight with less than max MP. And the way that I've routed is I have time on over MP up, so his MP is a little bit tighter than it probably should be. But we'll make do. Honestly, the reason is because I want Stop. Stop makes the first phase a little bit easier, because then I don't have to deal with Guy floating around and swinging randomly. If I stop at the right time, I can just build the pressure bar on Guy Natak without Guy moving at all, which is super nice. Though it does require some level of, like, skill to execute it properly. So the beginning is a couple of guards. You want to get your full limit and your vengeance gauge, which requires 2 to 3 perfect guards. Then you need to build a little bit of pressure on him. Throw out your Wrath of the Land, because you need to use at least level 2 or level 3 limit. Because the first one, like I said, siphons HP, which means it turns off Reaper's Touch. And then you need to build some ATB with Barret. The main thing you've got to be very careful about is Curiga naturally targets your party. And if you Curiga red, not only did you lose out on a lot of damage on the boss, but the fight's is pretty much GG at that point. Because with perfect guarding, you'll never take damage, so red can't do any more damage at that point. And you have no way to revive red, so you can't, like, just sacrifice him and then revive him. That doesn't work either. So I've had, last run I had several very rude Geese. If he gives me a 2-hit open, we're just gonna roll with it, and I'm gonna go for Wrath of the Land in phase 2 instead of phase 1. I'm not gonna like it, but I'm gonna do it. Because it's the only thing I can think of. So we are also going to use one of the other skills that you get from the Mind Flare, Mind Blast. We do use Mind Blast a little bit. It is a really strong AoE move. It does take a little bit of time to go off, but it melts whatever's in the range of Mind Blast. So we're going to be using that to try and instantly nuke the skulls in phase 2, so that we don't have to worry about getting murdered by skulls. That should take care of most, if not all of the skulls, as long as we get Mind Blast off immediately.
Still haven't forgiven him. Why would I?
I see.
So a lot of these fights are going to boil down to self-destruct, fire up, with these two. So red is going to be more or less a passenger in a lot of these fights, which is fine. Unfortunately, because we had to take HP MP up off, my MP does get reset, which is a bit annoying, but there's not much I can do about it.
This is a place of... Leave it to me.
normally don't want to switch to Barret there, but I didn't know how many of them survived by a hair. So I just wanted to use Overcharge to make sure they all died immediately. So this is actually some nice little movement here. There's a lot of junk on the side of the wall, so we can get that set movement speed of the jump and save quite a bit of time there. Yeah, the problem is that we need to swap HP and AP, HP swap, MP swap. But the thing is I don't have anything to cast on Red, so it really doesn't matter that his MP gets nuked here. Because that's the weird part. Even if you swap HP MP up with the character that it's still on, the game detects it as being off, so it will reset your MP value. That's why I hated HP MP up casually, because it's such a silly interaction where, like, you either have to use a bench or, like, an elixir to get your MP back. It's so annoying. And the thing is, HP MP swap is coming up soon in the casual area. It's actually in Nibelheim in the next dungeon. So you could theoretically use it if you're really that committed to the bit.
What the hell is that?
Alright, so this is going to be our first ski, but we don't have to fight him just yet. So, we wild charge there to get some extra ATB on Barret, so that he'll always have enough to fire and I don't have to, like, overcharge there. Run up, ATB boost, self-destruct, dead, let's go. I can't do that with the next one because I don't have Barret with me, so I'm actually going to Reaper's Touch twice. Unfortunately, this next one, like, rolled me pretty hard last run. Fire will clean up the Nidhogg's here, so that's what I want to do. I should have just done it through the tactical menu, but I was overthinking it, because I'm used to doing this in New Game. If you roll here, you can actually get this statue to move a little bit more forward. Hopefully it didn't just glitch out of bounds, like I think it... Okay. You can get it to land somewhere in here if you roll as you're going into this cutscene, but I mashed it too late. But yeah, Red's going to be at 1 HP for the rest of the area, and we're really hoping Red is not dead. So this next Gi is very weird. The Gi will always use Animus when their HP is at a certain value. And Animus is like an AoE that does quite a bit of damage. With Reaper's Touch, I won't die when I get hit with Animus, but Reaper's Touch will get interrupted. So I actually need to move out of the way so that Animus doesn't kill me. And the wall here is like just far enough in one of the points that I'll get killed by it. So I gotta like attack in a very weird way here. So we're gonna go this, HP boost, Reaper's Touch. Roll out of the way a bit here. Reaper's Touch, GG. I had to reset this a few times last run because I didn't realize I was positioning myself in such a way that I was always getting hit by Animus with Reaper's Touch there, so that's why I played it a bit safe. Normally you can just spam Reaper's Touch twice. But, I didn't feel like resetting like the easiest fight in the whole dungeon 6 times, like a dum-dum. I will say, I'm tempted to leave Barret in his OG outfit because I like it better. Sailor outfit's a little funny. If the only outfit I really want is the Demon Lord outfit, and we don't get that. People will tell me that, oh, it's probably the shoulder pads are too, you know, and it clips through stuff, and I'm like, yeah, but Zack's hair clips through his sword. Come on. Nah, you can't gaslight me.
It was teeming with Gi, ready to descend upon the village. Determined to protect the Vale, he pounced from one foe to the next, felling all who dared oppose him.
Hold on, if there was a Watcher who single-handedly saved
so we did
the canyon, how come I've never heard
in
of
new game categories? We grabbed the chest off to the left there. That's actually 2 Giga Potions. That's why I was talking about him earlier. In a category where your items aren't locked, the potions are pretty nice, actually. Jump off fish, start the fight, and get out of here. So, Barrett's HP is going to be all over the place for the most part. He starts every fight with regen on, but obviously he's going to get hit a few times too. And regen doesn't really heal a lot of HP. Heals some, but it's enough to like make it so that getting in combat doesn't really like slowly drain your HP over the course of the run. Otherwise, like, you'd really want heal on. What? That's not correct, but whatever. That was very awkward. I meant to... You're supposed to wild charge, but my brain kind of froze there.
Okay, let's go. Fired up.
Damn it.
No
so, Fire should kill the Nidhogg's, but I'm getting really low damage rolls on all of them. Is there anything that he should have that he doesn't? No? I don't think so. Because it could be as simple as, like, there should be another, you know, green materia he has that gives him a slight magic bonus. Neat. If I get lucky, the Two-Face will heal him in the next one. I switched to Barret here because the game's going to make me do it anyway. And then that way I can avoid, like, I can do it on my own terms. This fight right here is super weird. I'm going to actually fire on purpose so that I can get some of that MP back on Barret. And you'll notice he's at 73, which is fantastic. That means I think he's at max MP right now. Sometimes I leave that fight with, like, high 60s, but 73 is fantastic. That gives me a lot more leeway in the next fight. I could heal Barret, but I don't need to. If Barret takes enough damage for this 500 hit points to matter, that means the fight's over. And the fight is over before we started it. You know what I mean? Like, if he takes it more, you know, 6,000 damage, the fight's already over. Because that means I'm in a really bad spot, and it probably means Red's dead too. Alright, I'm gonna focus here for a bit, because G is not easy. If you couldn't understand from all my, like, you know, talking him up. Other thing, too, is we absolutely can't heal here, because it'll heal Red, so. Part of the reason why we have to do everything the way we do. Alright, buddy, what you got for me?
Talk about an axe to grind.
Why the hell is this thing missing?
That's my fault. I tried to guard way too soon. That was a good pattern, too. What a shame. Barret?
Why the hell is this thing missing?
Oh my gosh. I was so busy trying to ATB boost with Barret. Alright, I'm trying to block way too late. Calm down.
Why the hell is this thing missing up?
Okay, I'm gonna ask you to Curiga the Dingus. Reaper's Touch. And then I need to switch over here so I can cast Stop. Okay. Okay, I don't know why I don't have a limit, but we're gonna have to make this work. Overcharge. Okay, we're gonna Reaper's Touch here. To Mind Blast and Pray. Okay, I need to... This is not gonna work. Good. Saved it. Into Fire for these idiots. Gonna stop you again. to Kiriga. And now I want to drop the limit. Okay, we should be fine here. Then I want to start spamming Kirigas. Kiriga again. Reaper touch, please. Overcharge. Ooh, this is bad. I need to... we'll just do... Lifeblood Cannon, I think? Okay, that's good. Oh, no! Oh, no, dude! That's so lame! Like I said, Reaper's Touch does have invincibility, but not on a 3-hit combo, it doesn't. That's my fault. I gassed up too hard there. Try it again. It's very unfortunate, though. I should have just dodged it. That was my fault for overestimating. I was trying to sneak it in.
Why the hell did this thing fit us?
Why? Why? I don't agree with that one. Unfortunately, G is like this.
Why the hell did this thing fit?
What am I... I blocked it alright. It's fine. Unfortunately.
Why the hell did this thing fit us?
I need you to... Kiriga. G here. Reaper's Touch. Switch over for Stop. We're good. Everything's set up properly this time. I need to limit now. Overcharge. Next round. Okay, good. We got it. GG. Let's go.
There's so many.
Into Mind Blast. Turbulent. Into Fire on you. Into Kiriga on G. Swap red over. Kiriga G. ATB boost. Reaper's Touch. Kiriga, Reaper's Touch. Kiriga.
It's not over yet.
There we go. Unfortunate, but it happens. Guy can be kind of a punk sometimes. But we made it through. That's probably one of the hardest boss fights. I almost had it on that first full attempt, but I really got greedy with that Reaper's Touch because it was super pressured to get through it. I should have either A, rolled out of the way, which was the right play, just kind of dodged everything, or I could have perfect guarded and then buffered it into a limit. And the limit should have made me invincible enough to survive it. But, I wasn't really thinking.
I don't know. This ski dude's too nice to freak me out.
Honestly, I probably would have been better off baiting the fires with red instead of Barret. But the Lifeblood Cannon was a good idea. It was just a big misplay because the damage got wasted. Okay, I want to switch back to this party. So yeah, G and the final boss are the ones that have really been killing me recently. Barret, Hero,
I'm gonna hang back.
Lyra. Just want to make sure that group of enemies gets wiped out ASAP. Barret's there to use fire to clean them up. Got a little bit lost in the sauce because I was thinking about how annoyingly bad he was. But yeah, Gi, I fully expect for that to happen in a marathon run. Gi is a fight that can go well, but I'm going to need to spend more time in the time chamber practicing Gi so that I can recover bad fights like that. I think that one, I hit the gas pedal too hard, and I wasted a lot of ATB and damage into a HP locked Gi because I was hyper-focusing too much. Wrong character, arrow, switch over, Fyra. Gotta Fyra here ASAP, because these Gi will start teleporting if you don't. So that's why we switched to Aerith, arrow them all together, Fyra to multi-hit him.
And that is materia.
So an ultimate materia? Where is it? You gotta tell me.
In the materia of peace, we shall find the end, for which we have long yearned.
Unfortunately, this whole area is just basically 3 fights stitched together by extremely annoyingly long cutscenes. The trick with these fights is we want to clean them up as soon as possible. As long as we finish the fight while the dialogue is still playing, we did not lose any time. We didn't save any time, but we didn't lose any time. These fights are all loss, no win. Like, as long as we clean them up as quickly as possible, we're fine. The nice thing is, too, Red still has 1 HP here, so we can still use Reaper's Touch to clean up any enemies that are still alive.
Of materia, we place our hope and faith.
So if I remember right, my PB also had a really bad endgame, too. So we do have a lot of time to save all over the place. Or at the very least, we have a lot of breathing room in terms of losing more time. If anything, I like this run better than the previous one, even if the quality of the run may not be as good. I want to do this.
Watch out for it's your turn.
I got lucky that that actually hit. Okay, cool. Alright, fine. You want to be like that?
I'll show you what I can do.
I had to do it. I had to do it.
Welcome.
I had to do it.
Life nor in death.
That was just a flex moment. I had to do it. It was legally required. You almost never get to use fire in the hole. And that's because it's bad. But that's what I was talking about right there. I can theoretically offer a different date for the Golden Saucer. Mainly it would just be watching the Skywheel Square and, say, the Intimate variant of it. But I'd have to do a little bit of routing to see how I would do the previous fights. The biggest issue is, like, Tifa not being in the party means your materia is kind of screwed up for the fight after that, too. So you can hear I'm kind of in the menu there. When that white screen pops up, you're still, like, in the menu with the characters. I also need to make sure to switch the party back here. Because if I stay on that party and we get into Nibelheim, I believe it'll make Barrett lead in the Kate Shi segment as well. Or Kate Shi? Kate Sith. I always mispronounce it.
Their salvation or whatever.
But, yeah,
you
you gotta be careful with that, because having a different character as party lead can screw with who starts as lead in the forced party segments. Luckily, Mount Stupid should be pretty straightforward. We have Cloud, Tifa, Yuffie. The enemies there are really of no consequence. We just avoid almost all of them.
Wait. So
The big time save on Mount Nibelheim is riding the Chocobo into town, and then riding the Chocobo towards the mountain, which is weird, I know, but the mountain area behind Nibelheim also allows you to call the Chocobo, so we'll be using that back there as well to save a little bit of time. So this next segment, healing is super duper important.
Whoa,
let me out, let me.
Freaking 6-way elevator. So yeah, luckily this will be a little bit quicker too, because we can just warp over to town, but there's not a huge amount of time save in Nibelheim outside of being able to nuke everything into oblivion. The fights are still the same, though. We're going to be set up in a really weird way where, like, dealing with the fights is going to take a while, so we don't want to do that.
Are you in need of guidance?
We're going to walk right into this cutscene, then we're going to get the heck out of here. Once again, thanks everybody for chilling. Appreciate it. Knew it is a longer run, and I do appreciate it for everybody. But yeah, so then we're coming out of one of the harder areas. Gi is one of those fights where it can get you, and it did, but not letting yourself get caught on your back foot and continue. Gi is one of those I think I might even just, like, literally take a second and take a breath and then restart. Sometimes when I get frustrated, I can feel, like, my whole face heating up. If I take a nice breath, I can feel it cool off. I'm gonna take a quick stretch break here. We only have a few more flights, this one and the next one. And we're pretty much out of breaks once we do the next flight out. We can skip the entirety of the play segment. And we can skip the entirety of the boat ride to the northern part of the map. We can just warp over there. So most of the like slower or break segments are just completely gone once we get through this next airplane ride, which luckily that one is fairly long. So I'll have enough time to take a quick bathroom break. I'm gonna do a little stretch here and then bring it up. Alright, let's get in here. So this one also is faster when we do fast forward into cutscene skip. The next one, where the plane breaks down, it's actually faster to hold skip, because even if we fast forward, it takes like an extra second to get to the point where we can skip the cutscene. This is such a weird optimization, but I love it. It's little weird things like this I think are super cool. So we're going to warp to the town here and then back up. We can fast travel to the location, but we have to like manually summon the bird, which is super annoying, but it is what it is.
Stay close.
Wait for the bird. Let's go. I gotta be careful with the movement here. So if I do this right, I can brake slide into town. That is not intended. I've done that a few times now, and I don't know how I keep doing it. I keep sliding in with the bird, and then I remount the bird by accident, which means I have to get off it twice. But the game kicks you out as soon as you get in at a certain point, so we're hitting the brakes so that we can drift. Although we're just doing it on straight, which, if anybody's familiar with Zelda, I believe the first time I saw this was with, Twilight Princess, where they, like, slide with the dog form. Now it gets used, like, all over the place now to, like, brake slide into, like, sinking sand and stuff. But basically all I'm doing is I'm, like, forcing out the, like, stop animation that takes a long time to play out while I'm, like, running at full speed.
It totally
So I'm braking, and it's causing me to slide forward past, like, where the game wants me to stop. So it's a slight movement optimization that gets us a little bit of extra chocobo speed, full speed chocobo movement, or at least nearly full speed chocobo movement. Wow, we get the salty cloud. Okay. So once again, we are just mashing through all the dialogue here. It is important that your characters have a certain affection value, because you need certain characters in a certain spot on the final boss fight. Kate Sith, Kate Shi, / Aerith are fixed where they are in the final boss fight. Barrett, Red, Yuffie, and Tifa are all can change their position based on their affection values. Either you need to have everybody at 100%, which the save file does not, or it needs to be Barrett, Tifa, Red, Yuffie in terms of affection. So Barrett needs to be the highest, Red needs to be the lowest. That's pretty much what I have. Alright, so I am going to be summoning my Chocobo here. I don't know why you can summon a Chocobo here, but you can. So, whatever. I think it's because this is actually like a world exploration area that you can explore. So, even though the game doesn't really differentiate between the two. If I do that right, I want to like brake slide straight, but I always have a hard time getting around that corner. As you can tell, I'm a drunk driver. But yeah, we can do outfits as an option. I mentioned it earlier, but I'll bring it up again. The thing is, we have to have the beach wear when we're on the beach, so I would have to change that out. But we stick with these outfits for the whole game, because there's no reason to not. Okay, that was silly of me. Okay. But yeah. it's just so that we can do the Costa del Sol segment immediately. Because changing outfits in the changing room is super slow for a PB attempt. There was a point where I really considered changing it back, but luckily the more reserved outfits, the Cloud with the shirt on, Tifa and Aerith's like less more reserved beachwear rather than like actual swimsuits, is like doesn't annoy me too much throughout the course of the game, but it definitely does frustrate me that like
Don't overdo it.
okay, fine. Yeah, that was way more complicated than it needed to be. I was hoping a couple of spin to wins there would just set everything up, but I didn't get what I was looking for. Well, that's gonna lose us some time, period. The problem is we don't have Magnify or First Strike on Cloud at this moment.
We're almost there.
At least I don't think we do.
This part,
Yeah, not on Cloud. We have it on Barret and Red. So we're kind of at the mercy of luck there. Those enemies are, like, super easy to kill, but we don't have, like, any good AoE stuff. What I should have done was probably just Windstormed with Yuffie. There's a couple of different things I could have done, but it relied on, like, my ATB RNG. Because the ATB is random, and nothing, like, makes that more obvious than, like, First Strike. What are you doing? Dude, the bird just cannot make up its mind where it wants to go. Yeah, but if you have First Strike on Aerith and a few other characters, there's no guarantee that they'll actually have a full ATB. Could you please? Oh my god, these encounters are toxic. If I hadn't gone up the side of the mountain like that, I would have gotten into another fight. Hello? Oh my gosh, this is Time Lost Central, population me. Wow, that's rude. I also don't have E-skill on Cloud 2, so I'm gonna have to just make it through the next boss fight with Berserk and Berserk alone. Honestly, the next boss, is, even in my new game splits, is called not a boss. It's a boss that Diabolic Variant comes from the Yuffie DLC in the previous game. It was a little bit harder in Yuffie's because you had Yuffie and Sona. You had two characters. In this, where you could, even with one character, this boss would be easy. And we basically do solo it with Cloud. The power cleaves are just like a nice thing. Otherwise, we probably just use like Prime Mode, ATB Boost, Blizzaga. But yeah, the only thing that makes this a boss is that it locks its HP. So we gotta do the fight in a particular way to make sure that we clean it up and kill both phases distinctly in the proper order. Luckily, we have access to Spellblade with Yuffie, so our damage is pretty nice. Alright, this should be pretty free. As long as we do the movement right here, we can skip the dragon. There is some level of randomness. If the dragon goes in towards the center, you usually have a very hard time getting around it. There is a different form of fight skip, where you can get to that hole we have to crawl through, and you can actually turn around, start the fight with the dragon, and then reset, and it'll warp us to the other side of the hole. The reason we don't do that is because going through the hole is actually a trigger that sets up the next few interactables so that we can progress. Because if we did do it that way, we'd warp to the other side of the hole, which save a little bit of time. But what happens is the gate down here doesn't spawn, which is good, but also the elevator button doesn't spawn as well. So we actually can't take the elevator up to the top of the mountain. So we would save time because we just walk right through the gate here without having to hit the switch. But the problem is the elevator in the next room doesn't have its switch active to go up. So we can't progress. It's kind of annoying, actually. Because it's a cool little skip. There's a few places like that where we can warp, where the game doesn't get to a different position than what the game intends. We actually, in New Game, you use that in the temple to skip one of the end game fights. It's not a hard one, but you could skip it. There is another spot where you can use it in Gongaga. The two enemies, like before you cross the bridge to see Sephiroth's and the Whispers, You can actually, if you get in either corners of the room, then trigger the fight, you can up-warp. So you could theoretically up-warp to the platform where you go through to lower the water level, but that actually soft-locks you, because the cutscene being played out of order prevents the game from progressing. And then you could also up-warp on the other side where the golden collar is, but that just wastes a bunch of time because you're better off just buying the golden collar. But it is a strat you could use if you're trying to save 10k gold for some reason, because the golden collar isn't cheap. In easy, we have enough money. It's not a problem. You don't have to sell anything, usually. Luckily, we have a bunch of extra garbage in the menu. There's a lot of yellow materia in a new game run that we can just throw away. Chakra, prayer, assess. They're all garbage. We don't need them. We can also sell the HP up materia. And then there's a level 3 HP up materia in the theater on the first trip to Golden Saucer, and that's worth a lot of money. You probably could get it in normal, but it's like a 30-second time investment. Easy, it's definitely not worth it. We're not that down bad for cash. Alright, so the only thing that's important here is I need to heal up after I get this fight finished.
You've done tons for us.
We do have access to Spellblade here, so Yuffie is going to hit like a truck. During the first Spellblade, though, I'm going to throw out Somersault with Tifa to speed this up. And then we should be good to go. This fight should not take terribly long at all. Okay. I messed that up.
You're up. With me.
On it.
I was supposed to berserk off Rip there, but I'm not very bright.
Oh my god.
That's wrong. There we go, that's right.
I doubt it. They were shot.
Tifa's MP here is pretty much useless at this point. We're not really worried about much anything. I don't need the bravery at that point. Berserk is enough. What I was supposed to do was switch stances and berserk immediately, but I messed that up, unfortunately. Alright, let's try and do this menu right this time. High Caliber, I want to put Choco Cape on you, and then I want to put Hermes on you as well. And then we want to go Lightning for First Strike on Red, which would be this direction. Elemental on Cloud for Barrett's Magnify, correct. Barrett's First for HP up, Empowerment for Boost. Barrett's Fire to Lightning, which would be this direction, I think? No, it's this way. Okay, Synergy for ATB boost on Red. E-Skill for Subversion. Healing for Skillmaster on who? Red. Okay. Revival for Assist. Should be here. Steadfast for MP Absorb. Should be this one. And then Swiftcast for MP up. So okay, everything should be good to go now. Overly complicated. Double check here. So Barrett doesn't have Magnify anymore? That's how that's supposed to be? It's supposed to have Elemental. Oh, that sounds right. But I didn't demagnify Fire. Hold on. I gotta double check this. Elemental Lightning? Sure. Okay, so he didn't have Magnify on Fire in the first place, so it doesn't matter. Got it. Just needed to double check for sanity. This area and the last couple of dungeons, Gungaga specifically, I screwed up triggering, or not triggering, but swapping out ATB Assist and Skillmaster. So, like, Scarlet was 1,000 times harder than it needed to be. And the fights down here are awful without ATB Assist if you're on the boss. So, since I've messed up the menu a few times, I opted to take an extra 10-15 seconds to make sure I do it right.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and agree with you there. The village is practically drowning in a sea.
And we're gonna be using Comet here, which I love. I was really scared Comet wasn't gonna get used at all. Because honestly, it's like kind of meh. But the fact that we get to use Comet here is so fun. Because Lost Numbers really doesn't have a weakness, so spamming Comet, Meteor specifically, is surprisingly good. Alright, I don't want to roll here, so...
They're in for it.
Boom, fire up. So I want to grab these boxes. That's why I positioned myself over here. Got this. But throwing boxes is not that fun, so I'm going to try and do most of this by hand, or without aiming as much as possible. I'm going to grab this ether on principle. That's annoying. I can kill the bats pretty quickly, but I don't feel like wasting MP, so we're not going to bother. Alright, the big thing is I need to make sure I don't roll into those so I don't break them. Okay. Button. I am going to save load here to bring the elevator down a bit quicker, but that's about the only optimization on this side. Save it. Alright, we'll save load again later in the final chapter to skip all the dialogues before we enter the final boss fight. Okay. Gotta be careful with the movement here, because if you run into a wall too long while Dingus is rolling, it messes things up. Era. So I came over here because I want to grab this box. Now, you may be wondering, what am I going to do a box on this side? There's no puzzle over here. The puzzle's on the other side of the door. Well, Vinny showed me this really funny thing that I like. I don't think this is faster, I just think it's funnier. So I'm going to take the door over to the box here, and we're going to check out what's going on. Come here. Unfortunately, if you roll into combat, you get this weird interaction. Did you get over? He broke my box! What a jerk! Livid. Well, it would have been funnier. I'm upset. So this is what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to move this crate over here. Then I can stop as soon as I see these scratches right about here. Get off the Moogle. Hit the button. Scoop back around. Get on the Moogle again. You can smuggle the crate through the door if the frickin' enemy doesn't snipe it. Little jerk. Yeah, so you gotta hit the actual lever there instead of the knob. That's a thing that a lot of people make the mistake on that, not understand why it's so annoying. Alright, we're gonna skip these guys because they stink. They're big stinky poopy faces. Alright, that guy's right there. Era. Alright, so we're gonna go for a one cycle here if possible. It's going to be a little bit annoying, but...
detected in power generator. Lockdown protocol engaged.
Throw it up. Alright, so you can try and get two into that same hopper. Could you grab the box, you... I'm gonna say something. I'm gonna say something I shouldn't say. That's so silly. The problem is that this hopper stops spinning when it's off camera like that. Oh, fudge off. Yeah, you normally just want to aim for the hopper, because going for the half cycle like that's a problem. Because the game just can screw you over, because physics, yeah. Alright, well, we got the 2 cycle. I'd say this is closer to a 3 cycle, because Dingus here spent half the time hopping on a platform. What I should do is just always roll over it, so I have a spare over there immediately. Well, that was about as fun as getting kicked in the teeth, and that's the Kate-Chi experiment. Kate-Chi! It's a catchy thingy. We're just gonna try and clean up most of these fights with Aerith. Hello? Except the game prioritizes frickin'... The game prioritizes AI movement over spell inputs on the shortcut. So there's gonna be some times where I go to do the shortcut and the game just goes, yeah, no, I don't. No. I refuse. Ideally, spell Sonic Blade or Sonic Boom's enough there. When I get to that point, I always just overcharge with Barret. There's no reason to fight an uphill battle. Did you give me? You gotta be careful, because if you roll into these boxes, it stinks. Excuse me? Oh, my brain is just being silly. Got it. So I'm gonna come about here. Okay. Normally I want to buffer jumping off the Moogle here during the duct animation, but I was a little bit late on it. Ideally, we don't... Really? So this is what it's gonna be like today, huh?
This one's a showstopper.
Annoying. Those bats could not have been in a worse position. If I went through the center, it would have triggered a fight. And they blocked off both edges, so I couldn't get around them either. And then they decided to take forever to get to the center, too. This area is kind of dinky. I don't like it. There's probably some more naughty words I'd rather use. I do a little bit of hopping on the Moogle there to kind of buffer this, to try and get in this immediately. So, normally, we have to fight these adjudicators. There used to be a really convoluted skip where we go around the outside of the room next to the elevator, and then we would respawn the box right next to the elevator over and over again to throw it in there. But now we've realized that you can just do this. I don't know why it works, but it does. So I'm not going to complain. We're looking for yen here, but we don't always get that. Oh, cool, nice. That's annoying, but...
Off you go!
So the reason we're looking for yin is because we can just do it that way and base tank it. If we see Yang, we got a Sonic Boom, ATB Boost, Fire-Ga, Fire-A, until dead. I'll top off Aerith too. Barrett's MP is not as important as you might think.
Operations suspended for safety inspection. Please wait.
Man, the camera is fighting me today. Holy kajubas. Alright, let's go. Gimme. Gimme. Box it up. Box it out. Time for the UPS simulator. Oh. Well, that's one way to get rid of that box. Gotta be careful, because if you throw these while they're falling, there is a chance that they'll hit each other. Alright, what do we got here? Everybody's healed up. Okay, this should be pretty good. Alright, so roll in, let's ride, swap, ATB Boost, Transcendence, Arcane Ward, swap back, Sleep Faith. That triggers ATB Assist. ATB Boost before swapping to Aerith. And then we go from there. Got it. Okay. All right, let's go. Okay, Transcend, Arcane, myself. Right, that's super annoying. Could you... Ugh. I want you to... I don't know if that'll work, however. Nah, it's fine. Faith, Aerith. Okay. Nope. ATB Boost. Where are you? Spellbound Blast. Wrong. Into D-Shell. And stop. Meteor. Spellbound. 1. Spellbound 2. Okay. Oh, that's so annoying. His ATB is just shy. Oh. Oh yeah, oops. I'm not fast forwarding to the right thing. Into Transcendence, Barret, Firaga, Dingus. Okay, I want you to Blizzaga, Orbin, Meteor. Whenever, buddy. Thanks for nothing. Into... Sure. Alright. Nobody has MP. Let's go! At least everybody's maxed out. Alright. So, I need to do the menu after this segment once Cloud's back in the party. Or else I have to do the menu twice. Alright. Expeditionary Medal. Choco Cape on to Aerith. First Strike from Kate Shee.
Well.
Fire, enemy skill. Skill Master. Okay. You Expeditionary Medal. Yep. Fury. Choco Cape. Then we want to go in here. Ice to Fire. Fire. E-skill. Skill Master. Comet. So, okay. Want to go down here. Comet into Wind. Oh, ATB assist for Cloud's Ice. That would have been a big mistake. Or wait, for Aerith's Ice. Okay. I knew there was an issue here. Comet. Swift Cast for MP Absorb on you. Swift Cast for Re-Raise. Precision Defense for Strength off of Barret. And then we want First Strike to Tifa. That is not Tifa. Tifa. There we go. Combat setting. You. Firaga. Fire Mag. And Firaga Mag. Focus Shot. And Thundaga. Probably what I should have put him on. And then swap. Edit party. Swap you two out. Alright. Let's go. Alright. So this is going to be counterattack.exe. The only reason I wouldn't use... Oh no, she doesn't have enough MP. She can't cast Arrow. I'll just have to have her do like Sonic Boom or something then. Or Soul Drain. Good thing I noticed that at least. Maybe Transcendence? She's not gonna be able to build Stagger. It's fine. It's fine, we'll figure it out.
Nearly.
Just let Cloud do the hard lifting then. So I do want to use Fire at Demagnified if that's the case. Okay. Sonic Boom. ATB Boost. Zerk. I need you to cast Arcane Ward on Cloud. And then I need to cast Fyra. And then I need you to cast Soul Drain, I guess. Into a Firaga. Firaga. Okay, we're gonna go double Fyra here again. Good. Fyra. Okay, that was improv, but it worked out, thankfully. That was actually wild. Aerith is supposed to have MP there. Supposed to. I'll have to remember that next time if I have to improv again. Alright, Roche. Cut me some slack here, bruh. I'm bad. ATB boost, prime, into plasma. 1, 2, 3, sonic boom. Into Gorgon shield. Fire. Oh, that's gonna be super annoying. Fire gun.
You okay? I won't have your pity. This is a race, remember? Come on, Cloud. We're on the home stretch. No, it's not. Let's...
Broadcast by the SRC.
Hey!
Stood up?
Alright, this is the last break, so I am going to take it. 1,000 billion%.
Hey!
See you guys on the other side.
Hey, Sid. I was wondering, could you tell me a little more about my mom?
Sure. I was greener than Mako when I met her father. She took my heart for a spin.
Not you, Sid.
Erin,
Yeah?
what happened to your mother? She get sick?
Doctors always said she had a weak constitution, and trying to escape didn't help. I think she just pushed herself too hard, all so that I could be free.
I'm sorry. At least she went out on her own terms.
Did she?
Even if she didn't, you should honor her memory by enjoying the life she gave you.
Yeah. Thanks.
Hey, don't know if y'all heard. Wu-Tang's finally made a move against Shinra. Might be war. And as Midgar's been
There.
to hell and back, Shinra's gotta be on the ropes.
Go there.
War isn't worth celebrating.
Alright.
Exactly. This will affect everyone.
So,
For the worse.
about an hour and a half left here.
Nobody wins.
Golden Saucer will be very short,
It's officially declared.
as long as the fights go well. The ones that are probably the most dangerous is the Tonberry fight. Abzu can be a little bit screwy, depending on how things go. Obviously, Rude and Elena shouldn't be too much of an issue, but they do sometimes kick up a fuss. Rufus is really the big one. Rufus has a very high execution requirement.
Just sit tight.
And
Beauty's maintained by an expert at
any missed input on Rufus can be a GG. Really, the big part is I need to block a couple of his first few attacks, and then I need to follow up with Sonic Boom. I need the buff, and then Sonic Boom will put him in the pseudo-stunned state so that I can follow up from there with the Firaga to end the phase, as well as enough damage to finish him up. Oh, that's right, I'm supposed to do this. Guard till Sonic Boom. Full combo, ATB boost, attack once, prime, braver, stagger. So we have to do this drive, unfortunately, because fast travel's unavailable. I could understand this in New Game because this dialogue was so long that they actually nerfed your movement speed available on the boat at a certain point. Like, you get about here and the boat would start moving at, like, negative speed. It's almost bad enough that casually sometimes I just, like, hit the thing and I, like, want to walk away and be like, I'm done with this. But yeah, normally in the Golden Saucer, we would need to do the entire play. And by do it, I mean watch it. We didn't need to interact with it. We would also have to go to Skywheel Square and at least initiate that cutscene, then skip it. Fortunately now, we have a much shorter boat trip to the dock here. And then from there, we can just warp to Gold Saucer, which we could in New Game. Then we gotta go back to the inn, the haunted area, as after we go to the battle square. And then from there, everything's on rails. Fortunately, the actual play itself can be fully skipped. So I actually have to actively be... Oh, I should have taken a piss. Fucky wucky. Gotta be careful here. If you try to open up the fast travel too soon, the game won't let you open it up. That's fine. I can survive for another hour and a half. You want to go to the Battlefield Square, Haunted Square, and then from there everything's on the rails. Luckily, this once it does this, the thing tells you kind of what you want anyway. I'm gonna start reading over some of my fights. Faith doesn't matter. Faith. Abzu is pretty straightforward as long as it goes properly. The only thing I need to do is make sure that Aerith gets off both, well, all three. ATB Boost, Zircon Abzu, and Arcane Ward. Then once that happens, pretty much everything is on rails.
He doesn't look quite right.
Abzu isn't like an easy fight, but it's not very hard either. Excuse me? That's what I wanted. When you're in the overworld, you want to hit R1, and the game will move to the next story point. How did I even... Hello? Let me out! Fuck all of you! May you party in hell! Holy crap. Alright, yeah. Alright, there's my one. I got my F out. Can't believe I wasted it here. I should have been swearing at Gina Talk instead of stupid NPCs while I'm trying to read a menu. Harumph. So yeah, once the submission period closes after this run, I'm going to have a chance to practice the bosses a lot more thoroughly and look for recovery methods rather than just execute. Gina Talk is going to be one of the big ones. I'm going to like have to fish for ones where I don't get limit and see how to make it work. So my date here is Tifa. It could be Aerith as well. But like I said, for donation incentive, I could change this to something else. The main reason is that we have Cloud, Tifa, Aerith in the Rude and Elena fight, and we use them a lot in the temple. So there's really no benefit to using somebody else in the first few fights. And the reason I go with Tifa is so that the character shortcuts and everything are in the same order between all of that, rather than having it be different for the first few fights. I could look into routing and see, like, obviously I still need Arcane Ward for Abzu, so Aerith would come with us, period. So it would be determined by who the date is on the other side. I would probably say that if we're going to do a date option, I'd probably just give a hard option, rather than routing all the fights with every character. Probably like Tifa versus Barrett or something. Guess you could throw Aerith in there, but I want like a meme date versus a serious date. We could do like a, you know, bid war, but I know those don't usually do too well. Somebody throws in $50 towards one thing, and then that's it. We're gonna escape the jail here, and then skip, and then escape the... Doesn't matter. Skip. I do not want to restart the minigame. Notice that Tifa is the princess here. I love you, Garm. And we're done. Yep, that's the play. So if we were going to do the date as an incentive, there's very little different in the play with a date outside of the singing segment at the end with Aerith. But if you skip that, you skip the singing segment too. So I'd say if we're going to do the date, it would be for this segment here, and we watch the Skywheel Square. I'm not sure how long the cutscene is. I'd have to time it. It does vary depending on which person, and it does vary depending on if we're going to go standard or intimate. I would imagine we go intimate, I think like Yuffie and Barrett's are both very interesting. And like a lot less people probably ferreted those out and bothered watching them. So we toggled back to fire, mainly for Abzu, but it works pretty good for the rest of the stuff we gotta deal with. Yeah, shut up. Alright. Getting that faith off is super nice. We don't want a faith here because it'll actually make us damage too much. The only one that really matters is the last. Okay, I'm an idiot. Alright, Tifa, get in there. Doesn't matter if it misses. There we go. I fixed it.
We know their stories, but do we know if they've got a plan to stop them? Next special match is shaping up to be a wild and rowdy one.
There we go. That's all sorts of wrong. I need to restart this, actually. I was supposed to fire gun the little dudes.
Next special match is shaping up to be a wild and rowdy one.
Fire gun. Assuming it doesn't die here. Good. Here's on 2. ATB boost. Fake. Zerk. Pain ward on Cloud. Fire it up. What the? Just die. Okay. Okay, let's go.
Are you ready to duke it out?
Oh yeah, we just split, by the way.
Fantastic. Then without
Wait,
further ado,
that's the wrong one. Fire, Faith. Wrong. ATB boost. Arcane ward. Era. Okay.
Keep it up.
Ah, that's my fault. I knew I couldn't do that. Ah, shit. Alright, calm down. Stop wasting time. Time mode, Braver, and then it's time circle. 1, 2, and 2.
Now that our VIPs entered the fray, how do you envision this fight playing out?
1, 2, Fire-ga. Could you not? This is gonna suck. I don't know if this is actually doable anymore.
And here you are. Really though.
Okay, I got lucky. That shouldn't have worked. I don't know why my ATB was so bad, but maybe I don't have ATB stagger? Let me check. No, I have ATB stagger. Huh. Whatever.
He can't have gotten far.
Stagger is really weird, because you stagger that, actually, no, okay. You stagger Rufus via system mechanics rather than the stagger mechanics, so you actually don't get ATB stagger there. I'm not sure why my ATB was fucky, but it was. Because every time you stagger him, it's always prime mode into braver, which means you should always have the same amount of ATB after each one. Yeah, because Skillmaster should activate there, which should give me enough. I guess, I don't know, maybe I just got in the menu too soon before my ATB got procced? I don't know. Whatever, we're out of here. Rufus and Elena was pretty good. Or Rude and Elena were pretty good. Rufus, I got a little bit greedy because I'm ahead, and I really shouldn't have. Rufus is one of those fights where it's like, it's pretty simple, but if you start overthinking it, you end up reacting too late, and Rufus just absolutely decimates you. And that's what happened there, is I got greedy. But we do have a lot of stuff left in the temple to make a mistake or go good on. I'm very happy that my sum of best is down to 456, though. It's very good. So if we were on like a good pace, we'd have like an hour left. For me, it's an hour 15. Theoretically, my end game could be good enough for a 458 or something. If it is, if we do cut below a certain amount, it mainly our PB ability or the quality of the end game and the final time is going to rest heavily on the shoulders of the final boss fight, honestly. Okay, so we need to go here. We actually want to warp to the dock if the game will let us. We want to walk, because if we board the plane, the game will kick us out of the plane and make this take longer to load. We got a couple of cutscenes to skip here. Now, we want to go to the far north here, but the easiest way is going to be to do this, because it'll actually wrap around, because we're at the most southern point of the map. We could, theoretically, do the same thing here, but there's Gilgamesh Island in the way. So if I try to push to the front one, it'll go to Gilgamesh Island. There's like 5 things, so I have to kind of like mash it out. It's super annoying. Alright, so the next big thing is selecting yes here. The next big thing is the Darlin fight. The dragon is quite a rough one. We're gonna need to be on our A game to make it work. Dragon is not easy to get through. We've actually kind of pivoted into fire and ice. The downside is the dragon is completely immune to fire. So, I don't really have any ice on my shortcuts. So basically I gotta do this whole fight in the tactical menu, which makes it easier. But if I fat finger a fire spell, it's over. It is absolutely over. Not only will I lose a humongous amount of MP, but I also lose a humongous amount of ATB, making the fight pretty much undoable. This fight right here, we can skip spawning the enemies in on either side of this area as long as we get rid of these guys fast enough. Luckily, in New Game Plus, we have like 101 ways to achieve that, so it's pretty quick overall. This. There we go. Hello? Okay, I don't know why that guy survived, but like I said, we got plenty of time. What I should have done was held R1 when I switched to Tifa, and that would have warped her right next to him. But luckily, my movement was clean enough to get over there. Yeah, normally Arrow Magnify deals with those guys, but you may have noticed the Firaga didn't backtrace. That's because Magnify has some very goofy limitations on it. Not only does it have a damage debuff, not only does it have it only adds 2 additional targets, but it also only has a certain amount of range it's willing to go to hit additional targets. So Magnify is like restricted way more than it should be, I think, in my opinion. Like it has 3 or 4 restrictions placed on how efficient it can be, and I just disagree. If you're gonna already limit the damage and the amount of targets, then the distance shouldn't be an issue. Unless this is like some sort of like, oh my gosh, the trigonometry like kills the game or something, you know what I mean? So we got a couple. Please, thank you. So a cutscene right after that one. Luckily, the rest of them don't have that. Used to think we had to go out the other door, which is super annoying. Going out the other side was so awful.
There was a great battle here long ago. So many lives lost.
Legend says.
Oh, my nose. My nose is so itchy right now. Oh, that feels good. Oh my god. I'm such a child. I'll have to be careful with that on stage, just in case it kills the microphone. Anyway. So we're going to be heading up and out through the roof. Nope. Come on. You can do it. There is a weapon that's normally on the other side of that room that we skipped. That is the, Slipstream. Oh, nope. Not doing that. So it may look like we're going to have a very big gauntlet here where our HP is going to get stretched thin. That is not the case. The entire area we have red for healing, and if you look at his MP, it's 8,075 from his HP pool. So as long as red's in the party, we effectively have infinite MP and infinite healing. The only downside with it is trying to get the healing cast quickly is super obnoxious. Because he's not in the party, he ends up very far back. So the spells have travel time, unlike the potions, which are like instantaneous. That's like the only downside of cures. The cure lag is actually beneficial for like out of bounds categories in Remake. I don't know if we found any useful out of bounds in this one's, but there used to be a thing where we would lag characters behind with a cure, and because the animation took so long, we could lag them really far behind to activate certain out of bounds triggers so that you could either move out of bounds or get out of bounds. Unfortunately, it is just like a fact of life, so I think we're gonna heal up Aerith here, because there's no reason not to heal up Aerith, I don't think. I guess.
Let's finish this. Not bad, but not my best.
You really want to make sure you take care of the second-class soldier, because second-class soldiers are very bulky. The other guy is just like whatever. I don't know if Arrow Magnify would one-shot, to be honest. Maybe if it were just unmagnified, but at this point we're like really running slim on shortcuts. So we have to kind of like use Magnify when we really would rather not. Like normally I would have been casting Magnify through the tactical menu with Vincent, but because Aerith didn't have enough MP, I wasn't sure how much damage I had on the table. So I opted to cast some of those fire gusts through the menu just to get the extra 25% back. Because normally she casts Arrow Magnify in there, which is good for a little bit of damage and stagger pressure. And if I can't guarantee that a boss is going to get staggered, sometimes my damage goes out the window because that's 60% I'm missing out on. So that extra 25% can end up being quite a bit, you know? This next fight, we're going to be taking some damage here no matter what I do. This is the fight with like a bazillion troopers. We're going to be using Mind Blast to clean them all up, which will get rid of most of the ones in the center, and then we'll use Erica to clean up the other ones on the periphery with Aerith. Unfortunately, both of those take a while to fire off, so we are going to get hit. 100%. It's just a matter of how much we get hit. Okay, into Mind Blast. Red. Could you? Okay. Alright. Okay, somersault. Head. Sonic boom. Sonic boom. This is not gonna work. I need to get a Blizzaga out, and my inputs were too slow after the Sonic boom. This might be fine. Sonic boom. Boost. Arcane Ward Cloud here. Into Blizzaga.
It's on you.
I got this.
There we go.
I got you.
Good.
Got an idea. Let's use that.
Oh, that's super annoying, actually. What a bummer. Better to reset phase 1 than phase 2, honestly.
Hold up.
Boost. Into Arcane Ward on Cloud here. Into Blizzara on Dargon. Tifa, I need you over here.
Let me get him.
Shit. I need to go Blizzaga,
Take him down.
Aerith, Ward Shift, into Thundera.
Finish him off.
Okay. So Star Shower there is a no-no. I needed to be spamming Omni Strike and True Strike. Star Shower is just not good. Luckily, I think I got some crits in there that saved me, honestly. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, sometimes you're stupid like me. Alright, so the next area is not super easy. It's not really hard either. Luckily, I have enough MP. Sometimes I leave the dragon fight with very little, if any at all. I need minimum enough to cast fire, though. Since we're on MP Absorb, I can recover. That's the kind of misinput I was talking about earlier with doing the wrong input out of combat. Doing a stance change there was super slow.
We're all gonna die.
Hey, get your shit together.
You're gonna feel this
Deal with that.
Okay. You don't really need to overcharge there, but I want to try and minimize damage as much as possible. There's one place you want to heal, and it's on either side of the interaction. Iron Giant, you want to fill up before and after. You do not want to go in Iron Giant with anything less than max HP, and you do not want to go into Rude or any of the next fights with anything less than max HP. Reno and Rude shouldn't, you shouldn't get hit, like, pretty much at all. But there are some instances where Rude will get loose in the final phase. But you shouldn't be getting hit. The fight before, though, with the frogs, there is a chance that you get frogged, which obviously you're going to switch off the character, so there's a risk that you take a lot of damage then. And then at that point, without Cloud as your lead, you're kind of in a rough spot. So we're about an hour out from the end of the game here. There's no really, like, major time saves in Hard outside of just murdering everything with a Gospel. There is one thing I do need to be wary of. There are only a few instances, and this might be one of the few ones, but there's a turtle fight before the very last boss of this area. If you kill the turtle while trying to use MP Absorb, so like Cloud kills with Fire Gun Magnify, you won't get your MP back. So I need to be careful to soften up the boss with Cloud, and then use Somersault to finish, or soften up the turtle with Cloud, and then during Stagger, use Somersault to clear it. It's a friggin' annoying fight, but I gotta be wary of that, because Cloud, like Aerith, both have a 10% damage bonus at max MP, and the Demon Wall fight is a very tight, very narrow, tight damage range. So I really don't want to be fiddling around with that fight if I can avoid it. I do not... I don't like playing around with Demon Wall. Demon Wall scares me. So those first two are fake. This one isn't. If you wait till the box gets in that position, though, it won't deal any damage. You can run into it sooner, but I tend to avoid it, especially in hard mode, since you have limited healing methods. You want to, I'm not even... I don't know how I feel about that. I'm gonna take some damage on the next fight, so I figured I'll heal up here. Barrett's MP is less important than Tifa's, but they both need a certain amount of MP. I need Tifa to cast like 3 to 5 Faith Magnifies. So she needs about 30-ish MP, 34, something like that. Barrett, I need to cast a couple of spells in Iron Giant, like a Thundaga. That's about it, though. I mean, it could be anything, honestly, but... anything that costs, like, 2 bars. That's why I wanted to heal there, because sometimes they absolutely maul you. It depends on how quick the second-class soldiers get to it. But that's, like, a very good example of why I said you need to kill second-class soldiers. If you do not get rid of them immediately, they will make your day awful. So here we're to the live stream portion with Aerith. Our parties are getting split down the middle. She has already left the party for betraying us and giving up the black materia. Little rat. Or, well, it's not the black materia, it's the keystone, rather, that opens up the temple. So we followed over here to try and prevent the black materia that's contained within from falling into the wrong hands. Nice. It may look weird that I'm hopping after, like, every input, but trust me, it's faster that way. Attack. Error. That's not correct. Okay. Hard to work. I didn't really need to ATB boost there, but whatever, I guess. So yeah, the live stream particles are needed to progress. But you'll notice that there's little buff icons showing up here. If you have a certain amount of life stream in your pool when you're in combat, you can get buffs from it. First buff is Faith, which is like a very little amount to get Faith, actually. The next buff is Regen. Regen's garbage. It took me a long time to learn that. Regen's trash. The only regen that's good is the one that Barrett auto-equips, and I wish it was something else. Let's put it that way.
You don't think anything bad will happen to them, do you?
The other one that's frustrating is like the auto-faith and something else on Yuffie. On successful steal is so silly. If only it had been on steal attempt, that would have been fine. Honestly, like, wasting an ATB on Mug? Yeah. So the other two are Barrier and M-Barrier. Those, don't actually, like, do damage calculation. They just half the damage from that type, physical or magic. We don't need that at all. Ideally, we're cleaning up the fight before, Sung and Elena get any actions. Or at the very least, they get, like, actions, but they get canceled. So, Barrier and Barrier is useless. Actually, the weird part is, in hard mode, we don't want Faith. The 20% damage bonus is actually too much, and can cause inconsistent damage ranges to where it makes the fight go too fast, so we don't have enough ATB for the second phase, and then the fight's out, you know, donezo. You'd have to do... With stuff like that, following the damage calc is very difficult. It's super hard to keep on top of damage ranges and criticals when you're in action-based combat. So, if at all possible, we do our best to avoid anything that's a damage range. And the ones that have to be done that way, we do our best to keep an eye out for them. Like Yin Yang, a critical on Yin would have been a problem. There's a couple of places where I know crits would have been an issue. So we're just going to ATB boost here, Fire-Gun, and Somersault. Or we'll get lucky and Fire-Gun will just nuke everything. Normally you could just Fire-Up, but it's not 100% consistent. The Toads sometimes survive it. And since we don't want to get frogged, we ATB boost Fire-Gun, call it a day. Oh, that's super annoying. Oh, you know what that is? That's from the soldiers, actually. That's not annoying. That's expected. So we're gonna hop over this, avoid these fights. That triggers this cutscene, and we can head on out. So one of the hardest fights is coming up here, the Iron Giant. I think it's like Iron something or other, but this damn thing is really, really strong. Apparently there's somebody walking in front of my house, and the dog doesn't appreciate it. So yeah, the Iron Giant's a very, very convoluted setup. A lot of it's just trying to get enough damage in, but killing the Iron Giant is only part of the problem. The strat for the fight is we need to stagger the Iron Giant to get progression. We actually have to stagger him to knock this box off of the platform up here, or the pillar. Barrett. So, a lot of this is a mix of trying to push out as much damage as possible and also focus, or stagger. We're actually going to use unbridled, or not unbridled, but United Refocus here. This is one of the few places we want to use it, and the reason is triple bar focus shot is fucking Kino for staggering. Oh, well, never mind, I did it again. It's really good for staggering enemies. You gonna... Nope, I'm not doing that.
I'm in.
Faith. Fyra. That's wrong. We'll just... Sonic Boom again. Barrett. I need you to... Spirit into Thundaga. Okay, I need you to United Refocus, please. I guess I'll just Focus Strike a few times here. Focus Strike. Okay, Somersault. Into Focus, switch over to Barrett here. Cloud, I want you to focus again. Focus shot. Should be enough. Okay. Mr. Dister. Omni Strike, and then Cloud Fyra should be enough. Okay. Mr. Demisted.
Right. It's time to get
Mr. Fisty. Sorry, couldn't help myself. Yeah, it's a callback to Mega Man X3. A couple of the mini bosses in that game are really rude. A lot of things in X3 do like asinine amounts of damage, so alright, I'm gonna have to heal a bit with Tifa, it looks like. Barrett, heal up Cloud. Heal up yourself. Damn it. Yeah, we're almost there. Not sure. I don't think I need Barrett for anything in particular. But he's not going to heal Cloud all the way, so we're going to do it with Tifa here. Alright, Tifa. The big issue is that healing can be, like, interrupted by environmental objects. So, like, getting into the menu and doing stuff is such a pain. Luckily, the top of the stairs here cancel combat. Oh, good grief. I want to top her off just in case. Alright. This fight's super weird. We want to... Nope. Where is it? Snow Flurry B. And then I want you to Icy Impulse A.
Unless the monster...
Fyra. Fyra. Alright. Fyra. Powered Cleave. Faith. Nice. GG. Alright, Fyra is on circle.
We can insignate.
Fire into Star Shower. Batter. Blizzara. Fire. Fire.
Give it all
Summer Swipe, I guess. Overcharge.
Let's kick it up a notch.
Dead, please, out of my face. Out of my face. All right. Gonna grab Tifa's first strike here. And then we want to put Cloud's first on Yuffie for time. And then we want to put Swift Cast over MP up, I believe. Yep. All right. Let's go. Go, 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 go. Go, 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 go. Go. Alright, I don't even know how the heck this fight's supposed to go. We're just spamming arrow here.
I'm watch out for high winds. Every little hit. You'll be blown away with the power of endless savings.
There's probably a better way to do that, but I don't really know. So we're just gonna stick with spamming Era Magnifying, calling it a day. Okay. So yeah, the normal animation for like attacking and praying takes quite a long time to end. So as weird as it seems, the jumping here speeds things up extremely. So like I said before, we do not want to have faith going into the Elena and Sung boss fight. We can go into it with a full MP bonus, which would be 10% damage at max MP. But Faith's 25% bonus is too much. So we're actually going to route around not picking that up. We can get it for a few fights. Also, cover your ears here. This fight usually glitches out and creates a very loud boom.
Why don't you lead the way?
Yep, there it is. Thanks, game.
Not too shabby.
I gotta remember to bring that up earlier for the audio techs. Audio tech, by the way, we're gonna have a really loud boom here, so bring the sound down, or everybody's ears are gonna get mulled. Yeah, sorry, PX. It's so silly. I don't know what happens. I think it stacks the sound effect for the stagger, so even if I had the sound turned down... Okay, that guy's teleporting, so... Breach that guy. Thundera. Thundera. Yuffie. Oops, Breach. ATB boost. Whatever.
Sorry, but
Drain. Excuse me. I don't know what I was thinking there. Dude, trust me, I gotta deal with that every single run, and it's not like I could take my headphones off. Because all the freaking jumping around makes it so hard to do anything. Super annoying. And it's like a 90% chance that that happens. It's honestly offensive. Maybe, you know what else? As I'll probably try and route this fight to see if there's a way to avoid that with Aerith's Era or something. It may be slower, but I might be able to avoid it if I do this in a very... Hello? Thanks. Alright, this fight's a little bit annoying too. I want to breach this idiot. I'm gonna ATB, or Arcane Ward myself. Boost, and then Eraga. Okay. Era. Okay, I don't think that's worth the extra effort to keep max MP.
I think we're done here.
Oh gosh, that's super annoying.
Shall we?
Okay, that's both of them. Good. Red. Okay, so Red's gonna be useless during the boss fight. That's frustrating. You're hoping that Red takes some damage here so you can get Reaper's Claw activated, but it's not worth the effort. I could take HP MP up off of him, but he's not a key corner. He's not a cornerstone of the boss fight, so I'm not too worried about it. Alright, so this fight is a little bit weird. I'm gonna roll forward so that I target the left one. And then I need to poke Sung after Arcane Warding myself. Into Thunder.
Remember that I tried to reason with you.
into Arcane Ward myself. Oh, that's weird. Huh. It's because he didn't get hit. Or she didn't get hit yet, huh? It's my bad. Into Thunder, this,
Remember that
myself, Era, Spellbound Blast. I think we Spellbound Blast twice here. Okay. Okay. I want to go for Miragas, I think, here. Into Thundaga. HP boost. Eraga. Eraga. Art of War. Sidewinder. So. Not the best way to handle it, but there's at some point where spamming is efficient. Oh look, red took some damage. Too late as usual. Okay. I wish I could do something about it myself. Actually, there is one thing I could do. I could plug headphones into this, and it would send that sound through that, and then I could unplug it and stop it. I'll have to like find a plug or something to do that, because that's the better way to handle that. Because I practice without sound anyway, so it's not that big of a deal. Speaking of... Alright, and this is the final break here. So I will be taking it. There's only one segment here where I don't have to interact with the game, and that is the red segment. It's not very long, but it's long enough. This is a pretty good run so far. We can get a pretty fat PB as long as I don't choke the final boss too hard. Genova is quite... Genova and Sephi are quite frustrating. And sometimes you can get stuck in a stupid loop where you kind of like reset the wrong way. Because Genova is a 5-phase boss fight. 3 of which were... 6, excuse me. There's 2 phases, kind of? Yeah, there's 2 phases. Hello? Then there's 3 individual, partner phases, and then there's the final phase. If the final phase gets, screwed up, then you're GG. You gotta reset. Because you won't have any of your buffs or enough damage to get through the fight. Be right back. Oh, me! Got me, guys, right now.
Come along, number 13. Don't be shy.
Alright, I'm gonna take the rest of these standing. Because I would like the time on my feet. My leg... I don't know if it's this chair or not, but my left leg is killing me almost every run. Yes, you'll get your exercise shortly, you little gremlin. Just gotta wait like another 40 minutes minimum. Max? No. 40 minimum. That's how math works. No. So we do have these little vignettes where we kind of explore everybody's backstory a little bit more. Obviously, some of these are more well-known and have been told to us, like Tifa's. We experienced it at the very beginning, or at least one perspective of it. You know, Barrett's has been talked about for a long period. That we get to see a more... get to see it. So there is like that one... what do we call it? Rule of film, where I know people have probably heard this before, but it's show, don't tell. And we're finally getting to see. Honestly, these would be a little bit more impactful if we saw these instead of we're told about these things happening. Yuffie's is just a repeat of the end of the DLC, pretty much. It goes, oh, there's that guy that died. You know him, right? What's his name? Susuno? So Sasano? Yeah. Honestly, I'm waiting. What the Dude, this game is so weird. There's, like, certain places where, it wants you to go all the way to the top. Because you'll be able to see, like, actual traversable rails here. But it won't let you go across. So it's safer to just go all the way to the top and then across. Because some of these areas are programmed in a goofy way where you can only go across, you know, the middle to top of it. You can't go across the bottom, which is super annoying. Alright, so this is 2 of them down. We still got Barrett and Aerith to show us their backstory.
Keep going.
Barrett's is pretty good, though. I'd say it's fairly impactful. I will say the rail climbing in Yuffie's DLC can fudge off. That was not fun. But it could have been worse. Yuffie's DLC is weird because it's so short, and there's so few fights that, like, every mistake is far more impactful than, like, a full game remake run where, you know, it's kind of even out in the long haul. But yeah, basically we're on our final party here. We will be making a Schwite? What are we on? Girls plus red, okay, and this is the final party. So I need to remember to put First Strike back on Cloud for the last time. We're gonna give first to Tifa. The main reason is, like, First Strike doesn't really ever go on Aerith unless she needs 2 ATB. So basically, like, First Strike on Aerith plus Choco she'll consistently get 2 ATB. But if you just have her on Choco, she'll get 1 consistently. But if you only have her on First Strike, there is some ATB rolls at the start of fight that will put her at sub 1 ATB. But with First Strike and Choco, you'll get 2 ATB, so if you go, like, Arcane Ward, then you can go boost and double spam, or do 2 tier 3 spells. Without damage break limit, though, with Aerith, it's probably better to spam tier 2 in a lot of circumstances, because her magic's already high enough. So the next big fight is Demon Wall. I need to get through this fight very quickly, or else Cloud will die, and then the fight turns into a really annoying spiral from that position. Mainly, the only thing I'm concerned about is getting the Fire out on the far wall, so that I can actually finish the fight. Waiting for the camera move here. Alright, so we got one more area here with Aerith, where we have to go through the train car. I'm gonna be honest, like, all these are fairly impactful. It's a good point to do, like, to honestly just do donations, and talking about literally anything else. Because this area is so sad and depressing. I legitimately yap the whole time just to disengage with it. But there's plenty of opportunity for hosts to do their blurbs. As usual, I'm just kind of talking as necessary. Even for, like, the things that I've been repeating or going back to, there's plenty of opportunity to just discuss things with commentators, talk about story, talk about, like, actual, like, casual gameplay, you know, stuff we're not using and why we're not using it. One of the things that I would really want to avoid, though, is trying not to compare it to Remake too much. Because in terms of gameplay, there are more tools in Rebirth, but the actual execution and high-level gameplay is better in Remake by a considerable margin. There's a lot of concessions we have to make to do Rebirth Hard mode the way we do, because there's a lot of weird tweaks to the AI that make you actively have to do it yourself, and you can't let the AI do it, which is super frustrating. Having the team attacks is super nice. Having the synergy skills that you can use through the menu are cool too, but they don't really come up. Oops, I meant to hit this button. They don't really come up as often, the synergy skills. The synergy abilities, which are, I call chain abilities, just to differentiate the two. The synergy skills, the ones that you use through the,
I'm sorry, Mommy.
through the guard. But I think, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to start calling them dual attacks, because that's what they are. They're dual attacks. Because Actually, I think, like, the chain abilities is probably closer to a dual tech, because they both have to have enough pips to do it. I use the term pips, because it's like, something I was talking with, Garen about it. And he's like, oh yeah, those little pips, and I'm like, you know what? Sure. Sounds good. I'm not really sure what the exact term for it is, but it's just basically, like, a secondary ATB measurement. Team ATB, I don't know what you would want to call it. Luckily, we only really use the double helix in the beginning, and that's about it. There are some places where you could YOLO a team attack. The problem is, limits are invincible, team attacks are not. So team attacks do hit pretty hard, the chain ones, just like the skills. But the problem is you're put in a scenario where you have a very big animation, and you can get killed out of it real easy. 43 MP, man. We have more than enough done. So the next couple of fights, we're just going to be throwing out Faith Magnify to get a little bit of a boost. Oh, I didn't do the menu, did I? Yeah, because I've been yapping. I just looked at it. Got it. I'm going to double check to make sure I did the menu after this. No. I feel like I did this menu, but... The problem is I hate opening the menu because it's so slow, but... The only way to confirm it without opening the menu is to go into the next fight, and then reset the fight if it's wrong. Do I trust myself that much? Nope. Nope. I was right. UP first, and Swift cast back to Cloud. I was white. You were wrong. And I have a big dong. Ha 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 ha. See, I'm funny. So the Demon Wall fight should go fairly quickly. Problem is, once we get to the second phase, there's a high likelihood Cloud will die if I didn't do the first one perfectly. He starts spamming Cave-In pretty early on. And if my inputs aren't perfect, there's a good chance that... oops. Fire Ga. Fire Ga.
Let's finish this.
Oh, cool. It corrects itself. So you can skip this fight here. You have to walk into the door, and then there is a trigger that automatically starts the fight. But if you reset the fight and then walk to the door again without getting into combat, that trigger is gone. So you can turn back around like I was talking about earlier and re-trigger the fight, reset it again, and then it'll spawn you on the other side of the door. You're technically soft-locked, but you can still progress the game. You just can't go back, but you already couldn't go back anyway, so... We got a few more fights going here. This one is kind of annoying. It's not really hard, but not really fun either. The Airmen here can put up a barrier which will block physical attacks. Yeah. Well, we're at a point of no return after we do the emotional thing. Do all the, like, story vignettes. I don't think you can go back anymore. Just, for casual players, by the way, check out those side rooms, because there is an AP up in one of them. And if you plan on doing hard mode, that'll make grinding a lot easier. If you didn't grab it, and you've already been through here, my condolences. It's annoying. You don't necessarily need the AP up, but it will make your life a lot easier. Aerith, I want you to... that's the wrong character. Arcane Ward Cloud here. Fire Ga. AT boost. I should have... Well, I guess we're just going to do it this way. See if I get over here. Okay, that's, alright, that's super annoying. I'm so stupid. Alright, I made that take way longer than it had any right to, because I'm a big dum-dum. I should have used Faith Magnify with Tifa, but by the time I realized that I was already spamming spells. I need to do it in the next one, though. That's super important. So these spells hit a lot harder. What we're gonna do is we're gonna build up enough HP to Fire this time, then boost, then Fire. The turtle is gonna be the biggest problem here, but it's also weak to fire, so if I get Berserk and Faith going, I should be able to clip through its HP pretty quickly. So it's Sonic Boom, ATB boost with Aerith, roll twice, Blade, swap the Aerith, Arcane Thundera, swap back Prime Zerk, Spell Blade, and then Phase Shift. Then from there, it's a matter of Fire, E.exe. So this hallway is kind of buggy, and it won't let me in my menu, all of these areas. So I need to, if I'm gonna heal, I have to do it before I walk into that hallway.
Heed well our warning of that which is to come. The reunion, when our adversaries scattered malignancy shall converge to plague the planet once more. Don't make her walk away from this!
You mother... Oh my gosh. Aerith! Try this again. I'm gonna get mad here, dude. Tifa, Faith, everybody. Aerith. Arcane Ward Cloud. Fire-a. Fire-a, please. ATB boost. Fire. Ooh, I'm so mad. I'm so fucking mad. That should not have gone like that. Oh, you little jerk-face monkey fart. Okay, Aerith. We're just gonna Arcane Ward Cloud from here. I need you to Faith me. Okay. Fire up. ATB boost. Fire ga. ATB boost. Into Era. What the fudge is going on here? You're still alive? Okay, whatever. Fire should be enough. Okay. True Omni Summer. Blade Burst.
Say goodbye.
Okay, that's great. We're gonna be here for a bit. Okay. I can't heal while I'm in this hallway, which is why I stopped to do that. It's super... Good design, guys! Good design. Let's try this again. I don't think I've ever died to the turtle, and I don't think I'm gonna do what I just did ever again. That Berserk nonsense ain't happening. That was dumb. Okay, could you get off the wall, dude? What's my... See ya in hell! I mean, later. 1, 2, Spell Blade. Into Pain Ward, and nope! Thundera. Okay, I need to Prime Mode. 1, 2, roll back. Oh my gosh. I am in such a rough spot. I do not want to be... I did not want to take that. I need you to limit this asshole behind me. And I need to Fire Gun the asshole in... ATB boost. Okay. Okay, Tifa, I'm gonna need you to just say, fuck you. Great. Into Thunder. Whatever. Yeah, that was mainly having to do the turtle fight twice that screwed me over there. I need to practice Dick Wall a bit more, but whatever. So we have a lot of time wasted on the final boss. it should take like 10, maybe 12 minutes, not 15. So...
Shut up and run!
I feel terrible about the way we treated Kate Sith.
Me too.
it is what it is, I guess. Alright. Aerith is unfortunately going to be leaving our party here for the foreseeable future, so we're going to need to set up and basically hard code Cloud to be murder.exe. Gotta wait for the cutscene here. Oops. So this endgame segment here too will be a bit shorter, because there's also some vignettes where you explore an alternate world, alternate reality, alternate universe, alternate timeline, alternate. Yeah, leaving for unknown reasons. Yeah, we had an unfortunate disagreement with Aerith. Her agents and our agents could not come to an agreement. So we need to, we'll have to, you know, discuss it for the next game. Luckily, you know, there's not much left in this game, so it'll be fine. We'll work it out by, you know, game 3. Sorry, we couldn't get her for the end of this game. All right. So this run has been pretty good overall. Resetting that turtle fight was pretty rough and annoying. Mainly the problem was I was thinking a little bit too much about setting up to get the turtle into stagger, and a little bit less thinking about, like, not getting killed, which is probably what should have been my priority.
Let's talk.
Using Berserk there was a really, really stupid idea. But I do need to, like, get Aerith's ATB up so she can use Arcane Ward and Aurora as well. I think that would have made the difference. But my first fight, the game was absolutely refusing to let me ATB boost with her. So I'll probably just manually change to her from now on. But yeah, there's a lot of story vignettes here where we explore an alternate reality or something with Aerith. We don't have to do that anymore because we skipped the Zack stuff. Skip this, and now we gotta deal with some stupid whispers. Okay, this area you could normally do Punisher stance changing, but because we don't have access to Punisher, which is part of the reason why that takes so friggin' long, is I just have Spin to win. That's basically my only good ability. It sucks having Rune Blade here because your damage is so awful, but theoretically I could give him Elemental before this. But there's another fight with Whispers that I have to deal with after this. So, okay, yeah. So, having Magnify for this next fight will make my life a little bit easier. I'm gonna save load here to cancel all these dialogues and speed this up. Could hear there at the very end, Yuffie's dialogue started playing when I was loading. But there's a dialogue for every single character. They all kind of start around the same place every single time, so I know more or less where it is. Just need to get used to the visual indicators. There it is. Excuse me. Should be good. I'm not sure if he started his or not. Looks... Ah! Too early. Silly monkey. Well, that's gonna lose me time. I need to just wait for their dialogue next time. Seeing him turn around and stop is what made me, like, wanna do the dialogue skip that way. I'm not talking about Barrett, I'm talking about myself. That was a silly thing to do. Should be around here? Yep. Saving and loading in this game is pretty is not super fast, so I shouldn't have done that extra one. Hello? Uh-oh. Let me go! You can get ahead of her here, but since I kind of screwed up the movement... That's...
Hey, Cloud.
Tifa's always catches me off guard. Feels like it could be quicker. Alright, yeah, so the next fight is we gotta fight 4 Whispers here, 4 White Whispers. They're very annoying to get through. So I'm gonna try and set these up to do them in a quick way. One more save load. Don't need your apology, just be quiet. It'll make this quicker. Woo! Woo! Sorry, I'm taunting my dogs right now. They're excited for the possibility of exercise. So we are heading into the true ending. Oh ho ho ho. There's no difference between, like, clearing all the side quests and stuff. The only thing that the side quests do, they don't unlock, like, a secret ending or a secret cutscene or anything. They only just buff the characters. So hard mode is purely for fun. There's nothing special to be earned out of it, outside of being able to experience other portions of the game.
Why are these ones white?
Don't know, but they sure don't like us. Heads up! No. Calling fire.
Little jerks. These guys take a while to get through, so I decided to get Skill Master going in there. Alright, so we do have one last menu I've got to perform here. I need to take Elemental off of Aerith, and then I need to take Aerith's new Magnify and put it on Barret. This way I have access to Bravery Magnify on both Barret and Tifa. So the phases that I need to use Bravery on, I'll have extra damage. Bravery hasn't been used as much because magic is much more powerful, but that's the worst way to do that. Okay. Disorder, mag, demag, wrong. Brave is 2. This is Unbridled, and this is Brave again. Alright. So, Jenova here is very tight. The first phase is pretty easy. The only part of this fight that's hard is Jenova can use a couple of moves that you have to react to differently. Mainly I just want to avoid taking as much damage as possible. So we're just gonna head over here. There we go. Because we don't... The more HP we have for the final phase, the better. Because if a mistake does happen, I can theoretically survive. The only downside is I have red in the final phase. So I basically only have 2 party members.
To keep the others.
Alright. Punisher, Zerk, boom, Spellblade.
They mean so much to me.
Oh yeah, I'm supposed to read Sonic Boom before I exit that phase, that's why.
Please, tell me how to do that. I'm begging.
So we will be using counterfire as needed. It's going to be very nice to allow us to block attacks that we otherwise would have to perfect guard and get some free damage out of it. It's also magic-based. We were using it a bit on Valk, but now is the perfect time to become the counterfire king! Alright, let's get good. Or die trying. We don't need to interact with this at all. We just gotta go. Gotta go. Gotta go right now. Ooh.
Heads up! Let's go! Don't overdo it. You're up. Taking over. Come on.
What do we got here? You know what? I'm not fucking around here. Who's that on? Me? Great. Okay.
My turn. No holding back. Leave this to me.
Oh my god, what? Wait a minute. That's not right. I don't know why he didn't get rid of whatever. It's fine. Sonic Boom.
Keep it together. Do it. You're up.
Okay. No, 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 no. Kiriga, me, please. Whatevs.
Done it before. Can do it again.
Oh, I did it again. This is a big problem. Whatever. I can make this work. Unfortunately, I am taking Disorder off. I have used that too many times by accident. It's no longer on the menu.
This thing's going down.
Of course. Let's go. You're up. Let's go. Calling on down with me. It's on you. Let's do this. Here we go. Come on.
No, dude, not this shit. Okay. Made it through, 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 made it through.
You good? Got that guy away! Barrett!
I got it right where I want it. Kiss my ass.
Circuit up. Into limit.
Good to go, not
Limit.
Good to see
Okay.
you. It's coming your way, Yuffie.
Been waiting for this.
Now.
You owe me one. You gotta admit, it's been off the time you started to it, right?
Hasn't been boring.
You can say that again. It's a real trip.
Game.
You're ready to close
So,
down.
Disorder.
Long as you guys can move up.
There we go. HP boost. There we go. That's not correct. Alright.
Cloud, you ready for this?
What?
Yeah. All right.
Okay. Huh? That's not funny, but whatever, game.
Cloud, you ready for this? Yeah. All right. Follow my lead.
There we go.
Look at you taking charge. I like it. Come on. Copy. What the hell happened to you? You were a soldier. How could you turn them?
Okay.
Just as worlds unite, so too do they part.
It's fine.
Cloud, save her.
Alone at last. Shall we?
Gotcha.
Okay. Let's go.
Gotta be careful. Need a light. Let's be smart. Calling fire.
So scared they're doing it that way. What? I'm too low.
Inside.
You think it's me?
This one's for Aaron.
This is fun. This is very bad.
Several left.
Come on, we gotta take out
This side's for
Oh my gosh.
That's some bullshit. Bring it back like that.
The wings are healing it.
All right, Zack. Let's hit the Zack attack. Zack attack button. Zack attack. Zack attack. Zack attack button.
What the hell is going on?
Times 2 really ruins these cutscenes, I'm gonna be honest.
Embrace your dreams. And whatever happens, protect your honor as a soldier. Let's settle this once and for all.
Into bravery.
Time to let loose. Focus, Sam. Haha. This is gonna be rolling town. All right. Time to go all out. How you like this? Sorry.
Okay, that's my fault for being greedy.
Nice move.
Okay, that answers that question. Alright, so I should always use together as one even if I do chain slash 3. Got it? Alright, so the barrier normally would stop physical... I'm a shot. We want bravery into somersault.
Do you think it's... The wings are protecting it. We've gotta take out the barrier.
Wait,
It's those stupid wings. Hey there, jerk face. Nothing's gonna stop us. Come on, we're getting this. Get lost. Let's go in and beyond.
Now for the true final fight. I might have to reset this a few times because this fight is very hard.
3 more.
Oh no, I'm at 1 HP. What will I ever do? Alright, here, come give me sugar. Some sugar! I'm never saying that again. Not only was that cringe, but it's also fucking a little bit too misogynistic. People are gonna take that shit way too seriously. Alright, time to counter this guy like there was never another counter in the world. ATB Ward Cloud, Sonic Boom. Disorder. I need ATB Ward into Zerk Stab on Cloud. So I need to
Can you take over for me?
into Fyriga here. Switch over. Arcane Ward on Cloud here. And then I need to charge Spellblade. Aerith, I need you to drop Radiant Ward, I believe. Yes. And that should be enough for another Fyriga. Spellblade again. AT boost for another Fyriga. Fuck off. How'd you grip my fucking nuts?
You're up. Shall I sever your fate?
Fyriga. That's right! A submission attempt with the middle finger! Holy shit! Not just sub 50, but sub 455. Now, to be clear, this can be sub 430. I am ecstatic that I managed to get this before the end of submission period.
Just a wee bit higher.
Just in case everybody jumps to the end of the video, obviously sometimes the submission committee does that. I feel like this is a very consistent run. Once again, I learned this over the course of submission period and got 4 runs in. I think a 505 estimate is very reasonable. Even in worst case scenario where I've kind of spiraled, 505, 510 has been fine. I think there's a few bosses where resets are likely unless I do a lot of practice. But I'd say 505 is really good. I want to say after some more attempts, I can safely lower it to 450. But it's going to require a little bit cleaner combat and more confident combat where I remember exactly the order of everything. In terms of submissions, I know Vinny is doing normal. Normal is a good category. I'm just not interested in doing it. Easy, I am fine with doing easy if it's that or nothing. Though at that point, putting myself aside, I think normal would probably be the better run if Vinny is willing to come in person. But personally, I think hard is better than both of those submissions. Combat's a lot more frenetic and fast-paced, and it really shows off what you can do in this game. There is some issues with it compared to Remake hard mode, but it is still very good in my opinion, and could be much worse. There are some tweaks I need to make, but I feel very confident in this. I see sub 455 being pretty consistent for me, but we'll see when we get there. Thank you for watching.
1 sec.
Obviously, I think I can handle most of the commentary, but I'm sure there's plenty of people that'll be interested in this. I really hope I can show off hard. And I hope you guys give me that chance. Whether it be the opener or somewhere in the middle of the finale, I don't care, as long as I get to show this off. I think Rebirth is an extremely good follow-up. And putting the speedrunning aspect aside, I enjoyed this game for several hundred hours before
But don't let it get to you.
it really... I had any issues with it. And a lot of it is not something a casual player is going to worry about, so... Thanks everybody for your time.
Let's go get
Have a good one, and I hope we can do hard mode. If not,
He's hiding up north.
as long as we showcase Rebirth, I'll be happy.
North.
Later.
Trust me, he is.
Yeah, maybe I should stop the recording.
Soldier's
sooner.
intuition.